Now, before we jump in, I want to tell you about my next Kickstarter, The Secret Art of Game Mastery. If you are a new game master who sometimes feels overwhelmed with everything involved with being a GM, or you're a veteran who's looking for new tips and tricks to take your game to the next level, my team and I have compiled all of our accumulated GM experience into this one book. The Secret Art of Game Mastery launches in August, and we have an amazing early bird special for the first couple of days, which you probably won't want to miss. So click that link down below where you can follow the Kickstarter and get notified when it launches.
If status effects stack or no?
If they're in different categories, no. Like,
so stupefied doesn't make
the opposite.
Conditions?
Yeah.
Those, I'm not sure.
Okay.
We did learn in my other Pathfinder game that Fascinated is worthless as a condition.
As it should be. I mean, has it ever been useful in any edition?
Well, the reason, Fascinated, basically, somebody just can't take any actions or anything, okay? They're kind of there stupefied, basically, do nothing. But it says, this condition ends if a creature uses hostile actions against you or any of your allies. So you could fascinate somebody, but the moment anybody does anything hostile against you or your allies, you snap out of it. You could fascinate the entire group of PCs, but the moment anybody attacks any of them, they all snap out of it.
So the trick is breaking line of sight.
If a creature, why?
If you fascinate them around the corner, then they can't see your friends attacking his allies.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, but it doesn't even say you have to be able to see that stuff, so that'd be like a gray area ruling.
Oh, okay, so here it...
But the point is that it's almost worthless. And there was a creature that we countered in our game that fascinated people. You know, a couple people got fascinated. And then as we played it out, it was worthless because the creature spent 2 or 3 actions to fascinate some people, and then they immediately snapped out of it once the creature's minions started to attack anybody. So it was like, what? Why? I don't know. It didn't make any sense whatsoever. So we learned not to use fascinated stuff ever again, because it sucks. All right, you guys ready to rock and roll?
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh. That is... hopefully errated.
What?
The fascinated thing.
Oh.
It looks dumb.
It's worthless, yeah. All right, so your guys' adventuring party, your House Kundarak agents, and you got word one day were called into the office as a group, and your contact up in House Kundarak's base to the north of the Mror Holds basically told you that they got word that another group of agents who were working down south under deep cover had ceased to report to their contact, and that they needed to send you guys in as backups. It's a possible case of desertion, but more than likely they, wiped, died, murdered, captured, tortured.
Sound like losers.
Yep.
I bet you one of them was an elf.
Or a monk.
Or a goblin.
They get you guys
I
on
was
a
just coming on my own character.
They get you guys on a boat as quickly as they can and send you down the river and the lake that stretches down nearly the entire breadth of the Mror Holds. And you disembark, heading to Frostmantle to reach out to your contact there. Your contact is Cassock Windaxe. You're told to seek him out. And you guys are following the river, the little tiny, tributary or whatever that leads to Frostmantle. And as you're traveling, you can see a group of riders approaching you from the direction of Frostmantle. And at first you think, men on horses. But as they get closer, you realize that the mounts are standing on 2 hind legs. And so for a moment you think ostriches. And as the mounts get closer, you notice that their riders are very small, diminutive creatures. And then you get a better look at these creatures as they're approaching you. And they weren't coming straight at you, they were kind of going off to the side. But then at a certain point, they start to veer your way, presumably having spotted you. And at that point, you realize that these aren't ostriches at all. These creatures stand on their hind legs. They have very small forelimbs like this. They're about 6 feet tall, maybe 150 pounds or something, judging by the build of them. But their hind legs are very powerful, and a thin tail stretches out behind them. Their skin is part scales and part feathers, and they have these large heads with formidable mandibles. And riding on their backs are halflings.
Are they... Do you know them? Are they family members of yours?
Yeah, everybody put out your exploration cards.
What's defend?
I don't know. You have to look it up. I don't know everything offhand. Sorry. Probably. I think that means you have your shield up as you move.
Oh, okay.
So you benefit from having your shield raised on the first round of combat automatically. I think that's what it is.
Did they already see us?
Yeah, clearly they were going past you and then they turned right at you. So you're pretty sure they've seen you.
I shake my head at him.
You what?
I shake my head at him. He asked me a question.
Oh, okay.
I asked him if they were relatives of his or his family.
Because I'm small, they're small. Do we want to... Maybe you have this already. Do we want to describe our characters real quick, or are you going to give us that opportunity?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Yes.
So as you guys stand there stupefied, looking at each other, asking, do you know these? Do you know these? Do you know? Huh? Cool. These creatures with the halfling mounts pull up to a stop some 30 feet away from you. And one of them comes forward and says, "Alright, who's y'all? What you doing here? Let's go around, just go around a circle. Names, occupations."
Who I am. I say in a very raspy voice. I speak as someone who has lost their voice. Who are you?
Do you need a lozenge?
I shake my head at you again.
I am Grimchaw.
Not you,
Chip.
the person.
Champion
Oh, that's
of
good,
Hell.
that's good. You started.
I
Give them
am-
time to think.
I am champion of Balinor, of the hunt.
Oh, that sounds cool. Who's Balinor?
One of the sovereign hosts.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's the cool one.
That's awesome. What a Grimchaw is it?
So, a hulking orcish character standing 6 foot, some odd sense. Pale green skin. Seems to have lost some coloration due to some mishap in his youth. And wearing as much armor as I could afford, which is chainmail right now. So, I'm noisy. And then, let's see if I have much to go on here. I think I only have the first and second page.
He's thinking really hard. What about you, Metal Man?
I am Marvel. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance.
Nice.
So there's Rin the monk, who is just a sort of a very charismatic, energetic human. We all met him last week. And then there's me. Taro is a gnome, sort of very hunched inward, kind of, with scars all over. You see, there's a tattoo in the center of his forehead. That is of a little flame with a very large shadow behind it. So oracles have this thing where, life oracles in particular, their things around them become more vibrant. but sort of at the expense of the Oracle. Like you sort of take some of, like they absorb some of your life essentially, and so as a result, I'm kind of always just sort of being drained and like was very tired and I don't have much of a voice, and so. But having said that, it's very, very charismatic, but it's more of like a fascination thing. Like he's not good looking, but it's one of those just like there's clearly, like when you see it, like you can't look away almost. Like there's just something very fascinating about him. But anyway, I sort of just look at the halfling that's talking to us, and I don't tell him my name. I don't give him any of that. I just repeat my question, essentially like, who's asking?
Well, I'm Dom. You can just call me Dom. You look like a squad of adventurers, rat catchers, right?
Yeah, we are about that level.
Alright. Well, you're probably heading for Frostmantle. That's over my shoulder that way. Just keep following the little river, you can't miss it.
Thank you, good halfling.
Now, we happen to be missing a few of our little beasties here, and he pats the creature upon which he's riding. There's some coin in it if you find him and bring him back to us unharmed.
What kind of beasts are they?
What's a Deinonychus? That's a fancy term. It's a type of dinosaur. Hey,
How many are there?
when a whole herd go missing, 6 to 8 or so.
6 to 8. Do you
Under this many.
If, perchance, we accept your quest, what sort of provision should we bring with us to entice the creatures to follow us?
Oh,
Don't say silver.
something dead, so they can eat it instead of you. And
Oh,
then,
they're metasauruses then.
well, they eat meat. And he kind of pulls back the gums of the one in front of him. They have some nice teeth on them. But then he points down. Now look down here. Down into the grass. They have massive talons on the fronts of the legs that they're walking on. They'll gut you and rip your intestines out, boy.
That is exactly what I'm worried about.
They are domesticated.
Domesticated, that's what. No, of course not.
Yes, that's what I thought.
What kind of mount would they be if they were domesticated? Like a horse? Like a pansy little horse? Pansy horses get gutted and then run off all scared. These things eat you.
We will do our best.
Is there a alpha of the group?
Alpha.
The herd? Yes. One that is more in charge over all the others.
Samantha.
Samantha.
Oh, yeah.
And female, I take it.
That's why her name ends in an A.
Okay, can I recall knowledge on that specific creature to see if Marv knows anything about it?
This would be Arcana or Nature.
Nature or Arcana? Alright.
You need to be trained.
Yeah, I'm trained in Nature.
Okay.
And Arcana. What is that?
Looks like a 1.
I hope not. It is. Sweet.
Good start.
Good start.
And there's a species of dinosaur called Fartosaurus rex.
7.
You don't know anything about these things.
Alright.
The only thing you know, and this is because it's fairly common knowledge, is that in the Talentia Plains, where the halflings dwell, there are lots of these types of dinosaurs.
Okay.
This is a pretty common thing.
Okay.
But you don't know anything about specifics.
Okay. Is there tracks in whatever direction they ran off with an investigate?
Are you going to start looking for tracks?
I'm going to start looking for tracks.
Looking for tracks will take some time. A
Okay.
half hour to an hour of canvassing the area and looking for it.
Okay.
So you can do that, but the halflings are already there too. So I don't know if you want to just wander off in the middle of this conversation to start looking for tracks or not.
I'm going to stick
I mean, he'll know roughly.
generally by. Like,
So you're going to start looking for traps, but stick around the same area.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My good man, Dom. Where shall we find you when we have your hood?
Lowbrook! Lowbrook, just look at me, Lowbrook.
Got it.
Is there anything specifically we can do to lure them to us or to calm them down? Do you have a specific technique to get them more docile and controllable?
You give them lots of food.
Okay.
So I'm gonna. The one that's been talking to us, I've just been staring, like unblinkingly staring at him. And I'm going to. I could do this as diplomacy or intimidation. I'm going to try it as intimidation. Essentially, finally address him and just say, "Give us meat."
Maybe you want me to give you meat.
I nod.
Why should we help you? Don't have provisions?
We're helping you.
Go ahead and make your roll.
11.
Total?
Yeah. Roll a 4.
We need our meat. We're gonna catch them ourselves.
All right, you're on your own. And I say, let's continue.
All right. Well, you know where to find us if you find them and all that kind of good stuff. So, best wishes and good luck catching rats. You know, watch out for the bad stuff. And then they turn and take off back into the direction they were heading.
Now, fuck off, okay. Good. There's bad stuff ahead. Let's go.
That stuff ahead. So, I don't care if we help them or not. Because that's not who we're looking for. We've already been. But, if we want, we can. You said you're going to look for tracks?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna start searching for tracks of this specific character with the specific claw that we know about.
So it's a survival check. You do need to be trained.
Yeah, I'm trained in survival.
Oh yeah, ranger. Ooh. We haven't had a ranger.
I know.
Never had a ranger before because they suck in 5e.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really looked into it, and the rangers
we had
in here are
one.
like.
And he wanted a gorilla or something. I remember
What are you
that.
talking about?
That's right. And then it was really overpowered.
Yeah.
And I nerfed it, and he wasn't happy about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he left the group.
My super powerful.
Did he leave the group when he was the ranger or as the warlock? I forget.
I don't remember now. Group stalker assassin.
25
Oh, yeah,
on
that's true.
survival.
No, that ranger was, slightly imprisoned. Hide in plain sight is always a good.
Well,
The dip.
Did they give us a idea of where they were when they went missing?
Oh no, they didn't tell you. They just said they had a herd go missing.
Erase our loot list, yeah.
All right. So you look around for about a half an hour or so, and you do pick up some tracks.
all right. I'm gonna let everybody know, of course. And do they look like the creature? Is there a lot of these tracks? Like I imagine there's a ton of these.
The tracks you pick up as you investigate them, they do not look like the creatures the halflings were riding, because you examined where they were walking to get a good idea what their tracks look like, right? These tracks look completely different. They look like they are clawed. Some large creature. It's definitely a large creature, larger than these Dionychuses, and it looks like something, not a beast, probably some sort of lizard, you would think, but with like 4 toes and then an opposable toe at the back here. For the hind legs, perhaps, but the front legs remind you more of like a feline.
Okay. Interesting. Gentlemen, this is interesting. And I tell them about the lizard reptilian back legs, but the front look like a mammalian feline tracks of some type. And judging by the stride, it looks like it's coming from the same creature for each set of these tracks. And I assume all of these tracks are heading off in the same direction?
There's only one set of these tracks,
Okay.
and what you see the tracks appear suddenly. It walks around a little bit, and give me an investigation check.
What was the name of the halfling village?
Lowbrook.
Oh, it was low something. But,
And what is that going to be? Survival
Oh, I'm
or
sorry. I'm sorry.
knowledge
Investigation
nature?
doesn't exist. Perception.
Perception? Whoop, wrong dice. That is a dirty 20.
Okay, total modifier is? Oh, that is 20. Okay, cool. Alright. Everybody says dirty, I always get confused what that means. You ascertain, after studying these tracks, that there was some sort of struggle here. And you find blood stains in the ground. And you see these tracks all about, and there's some other tracks nearby as well. And then the original set of tracks disappears, as does the other set of tracks. The other set of tracks appears to... Give me another survival check.
I also have survival. Do I roll or?
19.
Appears to belong to possibly a deer or something of that nature. What are you asking, Joe?
Is there like an aid another action or something like that?
You can do aid another. Basically, what the way that works is you roll survival, and then if you pass the survival check, you grant him a +2 on his bonus.
Okay.
Okay. So, yes.
I know, I'm aspirating.
Oh, okay. So the herd we're looking for, as a player asking the question, the herd we're looking for, you said there's multiples in this herd, correct? And that's basically all the information we got?
The halfling told you that 6 to 8 of these creatures had escaped.
Okay, and he
But not
didn't
from
say how they escaped or
He never volunteered that information.
okay.
He
Alright.
what I verbally told you is what he communicated to you.
Okay, yep, yep.
No other information was imparted.
Okay,
So the tracks that we currently found was some other beast, right? But did we
Something
find the
like
tracks
frogs.
of the raptors?
No.
No. So let's go to town. Let's check out Lowbrook, maybe. Or let's go find our man. We're searching for our contact,
Oh, what's his name? Kasich?
Kasich.
All right, you guys continue on.
well,
Is Lowbrook on the way? To,
I think it is part of Frostmantle. It's one of the sections.
oh, that's right.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that as an adventuring group, you have been to Frostmantle once before. You have some very basic information, essentially the same information that your previous characters figured out. That way, we can just assume you kind of already have that
Maybe
information.
snaps.
Yeah, and you're familiar with that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so you're right.
That way, we
Lowbrook-
don't have to go through the whole "you're new to town"
Yeah.
stuff again.
So Lowbrook's part of Frostmantle, you're right. So yeah, might as well just head there.
Lowbrook is the halfling quarter, basically.
And that's likely where they would be near or in Lowbrook.
They probably have a broken fence.
or whatever flew in and took this deer took
Or however you raise these wild creatures to be mounts.
Or these things fly.
domesticating.
Short distances.
They didn't have anything that resembled wings. I don't
Yeah,
think.
they were feathered, but they're raptors. They're effectively velociraptors. It's just
Yeah, they had like tiny little nubby forearms, so I can't imagine they can get any lift. Yeah. But I could be wrong. They do have feathers. You were right about that.
so.
Yeah, to
Off to
lower.
Frostmantle.
Yeah.
All right. You guys roll into Frostmantle a little bit after noon or so, and you approach through the bowls, which is mostly the orc and the lower class district. Is your orc, Grimshaw, are you of the Jurashtar orcs that are native to the Mror Holds? No, you're not.
No, I'm of the Shadow Marches.
Shadow Marchers. Okay, cool. So, you go into Frostmantle, and you know that your contact, House Kundarak, can be found in the Naughty Hand in Lightshade.
If we must.
The champion doesn't want to go to the Naughty
It'd be fun to have like. I'm so used to Curse
You
of
said
Strahd
the
where we're all just
Nightshade?
assholes. So it'd be weird to have like a righteous character again. Although I guess
He's neutral good. He believes his endeavor is to restore. He's a redeemer,
Yeah.
so no sneak attacks, right?
When Alex started as that, he just gave up eventually. Because there was no chance.
But yeah, he basically wants to turn evil to good,
No.
right? Restore them.
I don't like my guy.
But he's kind of like restored people to neutral, actually.
Let me steal these.
All right.
I have two characters. So, yeah, we can head there.
All right, you guys head to Lowbrick. You roll in there about an hour later as you make your way through town. And, not Lowbrick, Lightshade. And you head to the Naughty Hand. And walking inside, there are two male dwarven bouncers standing. One's near the door, and the other is across the way, keeping an eye on things. Both of them have heavy clubs and axes strapped across their backs. And as you walk through the door, the one next to the door looks you over and says, "Ah, you're not gonna cause trouble around here, are you?"
If there is evil to be smite, then I will
Smite.
To be what?
smite.
Smite or smitten?
Smite.
I believe it's smote.
Smote?
Yes, that's what.
Smote. Oh, smite me, oh
They
lady
didn't have
smoter.
books back where I was from, so I had to learn everything.
That's alright,
on my own.
grammar isn't exactly my forte anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, smote. If there is evil to smote, I will seek it out and destroy it.
Alright, well, that's good to know. I don't know if there's any evil in this tavern, but if there is, and he picks up his club, I got dibs.
How about we go halvesies?
Alright. 1, 2, 3.
Wait, didn't leave.
You have to bring it down.
I work here.
And
Rarfu's the name, by the way. Rarfu. You remember that.
I will. Grimjaw. And
Wait,
next time,
Grimjaw?
Chaw.
Chaw. Wait, I got chaw. I spit it out. Alright, anyway. Welcome. Help yourselves. Help yourselves. Go
In
let
Russian.
Pumpkin know what you want and she'll get you hooked up.
In retrospect, anytime you play rock, paper, scissors with the dwarf, always choose paper. Because you know he's
It's going wrong. Is it pretty crowded?
It's starting to pick up. It's now going into the evening hours, and so yeah, you got a little bit of a crowd, but there are some empty tables and space at the bar as well. And you can see there is a orc male working the bar, and then there is a waitress going among the crowd. She has this bright red hair; it's all kind of puffy.
So I look for a place like a seat in the corner. I don't want to be around a big group of people. So I'm just looking for the most isolated seat I can find to sit down.
brother. I sit down at the tavern, the bar, and call out to my orc fellow.
How can I help you?
If I was to give you a name, could you exercise some discretion?
I have a name.
A name of a person. Not necessarily yourself, but could be if your name happened to be Kasich.
No, my name's Yargunt.
Do you know of this man?
Kasich. Mm-hmm.
Can you point him out?
He's not here yet.
But he frequents the place.
Uh-huh. Yeah. What's your business with Kasich?
He is a friend of mine.
A friend of yours.
Yes, well, a friend of a friend, we shall say.
Alright. Yeah. You're not here to cause trouble, are you? You're not like a bounty hunter or something, are you?
Ale, please.
I didn't answer the question.
Oh, no.
Convincing.
I am not a bounty hunter.
Alright.
Adventurer, mercenary.
He turns around and he serves you up some ale. We're gonna go to... We got a nickel and dime you, baby.
That actually worried me last campaign. My character was running out of money. If I'd known he'd die, that wouldn't have been so worried. So this character, I'm just like, just spray gold everywhere. Spend it like this is my last day on the planet.
Adventuring gear. Where's like the... cost of the basics. Okay, Mug of Ale, 1 copper piece, baby. Shh. Alright.
And another for the information.
And you give him a 2nd copper piece?
Yeah.
Appreciate that. You enjoy that ale right there. This is good stuff.
If it is, it won't be my
If you don't mind my asking, where are you from? Because your accent, you're not Drastar.
I am not. I am from the marches.
Oh, the marches!
Yes.
How are things out that way?
They got a little dark.
Well, demons and stuff, right?
Yes. Well, it's not the demon wastes.
It's close.
Mostly tribal communities out there, but my tribe fell in with the long sword, and they are no longer. So, while calmer than the demon wastes, still there's darkness that dwells in that land too.
You said you're here to confront evil and stuff, right?
Indeed.
You're like halfway across the world from evil that wiped out your tribe. So why are you here and not over there?
I have been following the scent.
The scent? Alright. That's fair. Well, you enjoy that, Al. He's kind of giving you the look of like you're kind of nut loose or something.
I'm a champion. Of course I did not lose. Big giant holy symbol on my chest and shield, big holy symbol on a shield, and
Carol, what are you doing?
So I'm trying to find like an isolated seat. Obviously, I can't be fully isolated in this public space, but
There's a space on the very end of the bar that's kind of isolated.
okay. So I'll kind of make my way through, doing my best not to like touch anyone. And I like as I'm going through and I'm sort of feeling the pull of like all these people around me. I'm sort of like I'm like twitching a little bit and just trying to get to the end of the bar. And then I go sit there, climb up onto the stool, and I order whiskey, like, or an equivalent exists in this world, right? Like, it's not just ale and wine. Like, is there hard liquor?
Yeah, they got hard liquor. Yeah, absolutely.
So just, I'll throw, I don't know what a normal price for something like that would be.
It's probably a copper piece. Copper piece per shot.
So I'll throw, I'll throw 3 copper up and say, 2 of your strongest.
All right. He reaches down and grabs a bottle, and then he puts 3 glasses in front of you. 3 little shot glasses. Scoots up your copper. Enjoy.
And so then I down the first one quickly, and then I down about half of the second one, and then I start sipping. But you see sort of like some of the tension kind of like go away as I partake. I don't know how many drinks it takes to have to roll like a con thing, but I will likely end up drunk. So just.
Okay.
But then I'm just kind of keep minding my own business and
Alright.
like being very conscious of people, like trying not to let anyone touch me. Or,
Okay, cool. Would you mind looking up the drunken rules and see
Yeah.
how that works in Pathfinder 2? Marvel, what are you doing?
I does the orcs questioning seem to change when Kasich is mentioned? Like
The barkeeps?
yeah, the orc, the orc barkeep.
What do you mean is questioning?
Like hit. I don't know if it was you inflecting it was kind of a different inflection in the speech pattern, like, oh yeah, why are you asking about Kasich kind of thing. Like, I didn't know if that was
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because a stranger came in, right? It was kind of like the stranger comes into the bar, never seen him before, starts asking about somebody that the barkeep knows. So yeah, there was a little bit of suspicion.
Okay. All right. Were they talking in Orcish to each other, or were they speaking in Common to each other?
Common.
Common.
Speaking common.
Is the orc bartender saying anything in Orcish to anybody else? No. Okay. I guess I am just kind of sitting back, just doing a basic search of all the people around the bar just to see.
What are you looking for?
I don't know what I'm looking for exactly at this moment.
Are you just keeping an eye out for danger or something?
Yeah. I'm gonna keep a lookout for Kasich when he comes in.
Do you know what he looks like?
I don't, but I'm gonna pay attention to the bartender, and when the bartender gives an idea of familiarity from look with somebody who said that they aren't here yet, which I imagine they're probably on their
See
way.
if he looks over at him as like someone walks in.
Yeah. Like, looks over at him and then is like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have done that, kind of thing.
So essentially, it looks like, and this is obviously up to your discretion. It's in the Game Master Guide, but each individual drink requires a throw, and then there are stages based on how many you fail.
Oh, really?
So a failure puts you at stage 1, which actually is fully beneficial. You get +1 to saving throws against fear.
Oh, okay.
Stage 2, you become flat-footed, but you still get a save against fear. Stage 3, you get clumsy 1 and flat-footed and stupefied 2. So it gets worse and worse and worse. But like, it'd be up to you to determine if, you know, if one every single drink determines if you have to roll, or if it's every couple. Probably character dependent. I don't know. But
So
When do you get the power of glibness?
glibness, whatever you want it. I don't know.
So it says after every drink you need to roll. Does it give a
So
DC and
it's-
stuff?
Yeah, it has DC 12 force save.
Okay.
And it says onset 10 minutes. So it's 10 minutes after you drink it?
Yeah, it
when
takes
you make a save?
exactly. It takes 10 minutes to get through the system and to have that effect. So you've downed a few. So you've downed a couple hard drinks. Really
2,
quickly.
yeah.
I
I would expect for my character each drink to
And
require one.
you're a little gnome too.
Yeah.
So yeah. So after 10 minutes, we'll make some checks for you. So about 50 minutes goes by. So make a couple checks.
I could have failed the first one.
that immediately, if you crit failed it, that immediately goes to stage 2.
Okay, and then I passed the second one.
And
So,
so if you pass the second one, it'll go back down to stage 1.
maybe.
Yeah.
It says you can't recover from. Oh, that's sickened. The only way to increase is to consume more alcohol. Okay, yeah, if that's fine either way. So you're saying I'm at stage 1?
Yeah. And then, Marvel, you notice the barkeep look over at the door. And then he looks to you, Grimshaw, and says, "There's Kasich right there. Just came in." And you look over and you can see a male dwarf come in, sit down at a table, call over that bright-haired waitress, and looks into ordering something, and then she goes off to get him whatever he ordered.
All right. Well, I will lay another copper on his table and head over to the table. With the kerchunking chain of mail.
All right, and you start heading over to the table. Unless you say otherwise, I'm going to assume that Osmung is just following you wherever you go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. As the two of you approach, the dwarf looks up and says,
Ren would be with them too.
We have a mutual.
Ren, the monk.
Okay. His hand slips below the table. What can I do you for?
Mutual friend has set us up an appointment to meet.
What kind of friend are we talking about here?
Oh, the quiet, secret type of dwarves.
All right. Well, sit down. Been expecting you.
Good.
The secret type immediately prevents it from being a secret.
Well, all dwarves by their nature are secret, but some.
Is it?
But to actually put the adjective in front of it.
Is it just the three of you?
No. There is. Well, there's the monk following him around, right?
No,
Monk's
the
with you.
monk with you.
Oh, monk is with me. So there's. No. We have.
Point at the gnome at the side of the bar. He doesn't like people.
All right. Well, that's fair.
A little bit of magic in that one. And that one over there is, well, quite handy.
Like the Warforged.
Yeah,
Oh, nice. They're handy in a bind, I hear.
indeed. He's also got tracking software.
Software.
Whatever spells make imprint on their whatevers to make them do their thing.
All right, that's fair.
No spells.
I'm not-
Just practical knowledge.
I'm not familiar with how Kenneth and all of their inner workings and all that sort of thing, but take your word for it.
Yeah, no, I'm neither. They are a mystery to me.
All right. Well, then, I suppose it's time for a debrief.
Yes.
So, your previous your predecessors, there was a group that came before you, and we gave them a mission right off the bat, and they went and blundered it and mucked it all up, as far as I can tell, because, well, they never came back. And usually when they don't come back, it means one of two things. One, they got filthy rich and went off to get drunk and hammered and buy their retirement. Or two, they got their butts handed to them, got their throats slit, got defeated, killed, murderized, maimed,
All of those things.
dismembered, all of that kind of stuff.
In that order.
Well, it depends. Sometimes the bad guys like to shake it up a little bit, but
Maybe roll a d6 or something and consult a list.
it's big words. Software and D6, I'm not sure I take your meaning.
Throwing bones, I mean.
Oh. Anyway, it didn't come back. You're their replacements. Now, we learned a few things though, because you see, there's a bank in town. It's called Heroes Hold. And there were people snooping around it, spying out as though they were going to do some sort of heist. Well, House Kundarak doesn't take well to criminals and heisters. So your predecessors went to figure out what's going on and who's trying to steal from House Kundarak. Well, after it didn't come back, it wasn't but a few days when somebody attempted a heist. We caught ourselves a band of little goblins and a hobgoblin. The hobgoblin turned out to be one of those lycanthropes, the wolf sorts of werewolves. Well, the goblins we murderized and dismembered and disemboweled and all that kind of good stuff. And we got the hobgoblin lycanthrope to talk. Well, they've been hiding out in that Gleck Hollow town of goblins not too far from here. And they weren't city goblins. City goblins, they weren't. They were from Droam. They were Dromites. You guys familiar with Droam?
Can I do a recall knowledge?
This would be society, and you can do it untrained.
I'm trained in society.
Okay, go
Nat 1, 5.
ahead. Okay, you've not heard of Droam.
Sweet. All right.
I do believe you'll have to answer first.
It's DROEM.
Droam. Droam.
Okay.
And all right, well, you know where Breland is, right?
Do I know where that is?
Give me a society.
Okay.
This is on our map. It's one of the holds.
That is an 8.
All right. And he reaches under the table. You guys are all living under a rock.
Well, technically, yes.
Nobody knows about Corvair.
Technically, yes. I was just
Yeah.
recently found in the last 5 years, and who knows how long I was
Where'd you go?
underground before then.
All right.
I've
No.
been living under a rock.
He pulls out a crude sketch. We're all here in Mror Holds, dwarven territory. Over this way to the west, you got the rest of Corvair. Got the Mornland here. Got those feral halflings that live in the Talenta Plains over here. The warlike Valinor elves are down here. And then you got Thrain and the Silver Light, Silver Flame, and all of their sort of bullcrap you got going on. And then you got Zilargo, your gnome friend, probably familiar with Zilargo. And then you got Breland over here. Past Breland, you got Droam. Alright, it's a nation of monsters. You got 3 hags that are known as the Daughters of Coruscant. Alright? And the Daughters of Coruscant run Droam. Imagine, it's not dwarves, it's not halflings, it's not elves or humans, warforged or nothing. It's orcs. Well, not so many orcs. Ogres, and you got hobgoblins, and you got medusas and minotaurs. All sorts of monsters living there in Droam. And they're not killing each other. They work together, strengthening the nation, which, by the way, not a single one of the official nations under the treaty recognized Droam. Technically, all that territory belongs to Breland, and those Daughters of Coruscant done stole it away.
How do you spell that? The Daughters of...
Coruscant, K-O-R-A space S-E-L-L. Done stole it away, and they made their own monstrous nation. Alright, so, back to what I was saying. The goblins and the hobgoblin that we captured were Dromites, working for the Daughters of Coruscant. And we interrogated that werewolf, and you're not going to believe how many limbs we had to lop off before he talked.
More than 4?
That's pretty good. It was 3. It was 3 after taking the fingers. Anyway, he squealed. Turns out that they were sent to Frostmantle to look for something called a Cauldron of Chaos. Now, don't not quite know why they're trying to find this Cauldron of Chaos, but the Daughters of Coruscant are hags, right? Witches, monstrous witches, and, well, you can imagine what they want a cauldron for, right? What does a witch do with a cauldron? They brew stuff, it's obvious, right? So they wanted this special cauldron, and they sent this group to Frostmantle thinking that this cauldron was in Hero's Hold, the bank here, and that's what they want to do the heist for, right? Now, just among us, we don't have anything like that in the bank, alright? It's not here. But we also got, the werewolf told us, that 2 other groups were sent from Droam. One of them to Noldrun Hold, and the other one they sent to Solengap. Alright? So, we got monsters from Droam looking for this cauldron. And they're up to no good, for sure, with the cauldron. Now, that's all what happened. What we gathered. What your predecessors should have told us, but we had to do on our own because they never came back.
Did you find their remains?
Did look for the remains.
Okay.
Now, all that said, we got a mission for you. But you're not ready for it. You green axes need some experience under your belts. Need to get some blood on your axes. Mature them up a little bit before you're ready for what we got coming at you. So, thank you for making contact. But I think you should probably go check out the job board in town. See if there's anything on there that catches your fancy, that you can go and kind of work on something to, get a little bit more hair on your chests, right? Before we send you off to do something that's probably gonna get you killed, just like the first group.
Reasonable. As it happens, we are on a job already.
Oh, well, spectacular.
Well, is there a place you would advise us to stay?
Oh, like a tavern? Well, there's not a good taverns in town.
Can we get information on the mission? Just we're advised not to take it yet.
Well, I don't think I should tell you. And this is why. Because if something happens to you, and you get captured by some dromites, let's say, and they torture you, and they make you squeal, then you're going to be ratting out information. So I feel like it's more of one of those need-to-know bases. But we are going to be sending you more to deal with these dromites, alright?
I promise you, they could never get that information out of me.
What were the sisters called? Sisters of what? I'm sorry.
Coruscant.
Coruscant.
Daughters of Coruscant.
Daughters.
Well, thank you for your time. What time is it?
It's going on about 4:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. The job board is...
What's right here in Lightshade?
Okay.
Do we want to do that? Or do we want to go to the halflings? Everyone hates the halflings here, right? That's pretty common knowledge.
Most people in town don't like the halflings. They think that they're just feral wild beasts, stealers, thieves, and rascals. They're criminals. They're literally there because they were exiled from the Talenta Plains.
Okay. They got exiled from there.
Well, yeah, but what do they consider bad behavior? Like doing something nice for someone? Who knows? They could be the good guys.
Eating each other.
You guys had asked about places to stay. So Kasich tells you really quickly that there are two places right there in Lightshade. One place is called the Tick and Sword, and the other is called the Grey Monster. And those are the Tick and Sword's kind of like a middle class establishment. The Grey Monster's lower class. It'll be cheaper for you. If you're looking for some high class, he tells you that over at Northgate there's a place called the King's Inn, but that you're going to pay for it.
Head to the Tick and Sword. Shall we... Yeah, let's go to Lowbrook and check out the farm. I assume that they had some sort of ranch or some way to store these critters.
I would imagine so.
Okay, so the Rain the Monk will sort of gesture to Taro. And Taro the gnome, I'll sort of stumble down off of the stool and kind of shuffle out, again, sort of making sure I'm not touching anyone. And then I'll, what's his name, Kasich? I'm going to use message, because my voice is relatively quiet, and this is probably getting to be a pretty loud place. So I'll sort of stare him in the eye, and in his head he'll hear, thanks, and then I'll leave.
Oh!
And that's it. I don't acknowledge it or acknowledge his confusion or anything. I just walk out.
He looks after you as you leave. You don't do anything else. Alright. So you guys have left the establishment, it sounds like?
Mhm.
Okay.
Head to Lowbrook.
Heading off to the Lowbrook?
Mhm.
Okay.
Figure we already have a job. Why pick up another one, right?
He did say gold, plural.
More than one.
So you get outside. It's outside the city gates, and it's like a lower class living area, and mostly just halflings. And you can also see that there are fences and kennels that have a variety of different dinosaurs. Many of them are the same Deinonychuses that you saw outside of town. Some of them are smaller ones as well. And then you have some that are really large, and they have some like spines and stuff coming off from a carapace that covers the top of them, and they have some horns coming. And they look to be some sort of equivalent of a workhorse sort of dinosaur. And most of the halflings, and the halflings are kind of looking at you askance. There's like almost nobody but halflings in this section of town.
Okay. We'll ask our pick some not completely insane halflings. Like maybe we can like gauge it like in the middle sanity.
Give me a perception check as you're looking for said halflings.
3, which would be a total of 7.
Okay, so
I
you believe you
identify-
have identified some
I
sane
hone
halflings.
in on the sane halfling.
All right.
God.
And I begin to approach.
To be fair, are there any? Like,
So you go up to a halfling. It's an older halfling. He's sitting on the porch in a rocking chair.
Greetings. Sir. Oh. Point me in the direction of Dom's kennel. We're working a job for
Dom.
Working for the job. A job for the man.
Dom.
what?
Ugh.
Thank you.
Is it the way we just
Which
came?
way did he point?
That way.
That way. You guys came from that way.
Is it like is there anything like structure-wise off that way he's pointing, or is it the entire city?
There's a barn right there. He was pointing pretty much at a barn.
Okay.
I hold a coin out, set it on if he has like a railing,
Okay, yeah, there's a railing on the porch.
and have a
He goes up to the coin.
smoke one on me. And head over to the barn.
All right. Heading to the barn.
That was scary.
You arrive at the barn. There's a house next to the barn as well, and there's a pretty stank of like manure
Any
in the air.
any raptors? Dinosaurs?
I mean, you've seen kennels and stuff in all over the place, but in this particular area, you don't see any. The
Well, I
barn.
wouldn't,
I
right?
mean, are you going up to a window in the barn to look in or
Not
something?
yet.
Or
Not yet. I'll go up to the front door,
of the house
Of
nearby?
the house nearby.
Okay. All right.
knock on the door.
All right. You knock on the door. After a while, there's a voice inside. What do you want?
We're hunting down Dom's lost dinosaurs.
There's a pause, and the door rips open, and you see this halfling female. She's wearing a muumuu, and her hair is done up in curls. What? Did you find him yet?
Shortly. Just wanted to let you know that we will be around the premises.
All right. You know they're not around here. They done escaped.
And I look in the direction she points.
She's pointing to the west, out of town.
Do these creatures fly by chance?
They don't fly. They're Deinonychus. You ever heard of Deinonychus?
No, honestly, I have not.
Oh yeah, no, don't
Just
fly.
be glad they don't fly, because they poop in giant piles of shit.
They're very
Do you-
fast.
have drawings or?
We've seen them.
Yeah.
We've seen 100 of them. We know what they look like. We just have to figure out where they went, right?
Yeah.
Follow their.
Distinguishable marks for Samantha. Are you familiar with Samantha?
Uh-huh.
Is there any distinguishable marks to separate her from the others?
Well, she's got red feathers.
Okay. So for a Dionychus, what's the typical coloring of their feathers?
Most of the ones that you saw were blue, and some of them were a little bit orange.
Okay, blue and orange, and hers are like this color red, or?
Well, I have a bunch
Okay,
of
well,
swatches.
like-
If you could,
A bunch of little paints.
like rooter to tutor flowers,
Some
or
red in there, some orange, and some green.
okay, red and green.
Oh
I
yeah.
look at her with sort of a questioning look, like, bigger than the rest.
And it's her eyes. You look at her eyes, and you just knew you're dead.
well, thank you for the information.
Is there?
I suspect we might be able to pick up the trail.
That's what I was just leading to. Are they normally reside in the barn, correct? And does she have a specific part of that barn that is her territory specifically?
It's her barn.
The whole thing is her barn.
Oh yeah, she's greedy.
Okay, so she's the only one who's in the barn at any
Oh
given
no,
time.
except the Eberron. They're all in there. They're all in there.
Okay.
She just is in charge.
Okay.
She's in charge.
I say we should probably go. May we go investigate the barn?
Sure, just don't open the doors.
So Ren is a pretty good at breaking into things. So maybe he has some knowledge on breaking out of things.
There's more There's more lizards inside the barn still. Why not open up the barn?
That's gonna stink.
Oh,
So can I do like an external examination of the building just to sort of see? We've seen the size of them roughly, like spaces where they could have gotten out
Sure, give me a perception
that
check.
aren't the front door.
Yeah, perception check as you look around.
20.
20. You notice that there are the large doors in the front. There's a side door, and the locking mechanism and where the handle and everything is, and the trim is just completely busted away.
So this would be the path. At least the
Yeah,
start of
is
the
there?
path.
She's larger than the other ones. Is there one set of tracks specifically in the barn or around the barn that are larger than the other Dionysus?
So you're looking for that.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
give me a survival check.
All right.
It's like impossible to read.
Yeah, these ones are kind of hard. You said survival 12.
Okay. You do notice there are some paw prints
Okay.
that are a little bit bigger than the others.
Okay. I am going to start tracking those specific prints, and I am also going to activate my hunt prey feature,
Okay.
which, let me pull it up real quick. Designate a single creature as your prey and focus your attacks against that creature. You must be able to see or hear the prey, or you must be tracking the prey during exploration. You get a +2 circumstance bonus to perception checks when you seek prey, and a +2 circumstance bonus on survival checks when you track the prey.
Okay.
When you track the prey. Okay. Yes.
So you're trying to track Samantha?
Indeed.
Okay. Make your survival check.
Okay. Whoop.
I would like to aid.
Okay, make yours.
There you go.
13.
That was natural 20
plus
for
two.
me.
Nope. The way Aid Other works is that you need to get a 20 or above on your check to grant him a +2 on his check.
Okay.
But his check was already very good.
If that critical fail, do I mess up his check?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's the way it is. Yeah.
be fun.
I don't think it works that way. What did you get, Michael?
Nat 20.
Okay.
So a total of, you said survival,
Uh-huh.
28.
A 28, okay. Yeah, you definitely see her tracks. They're very, very obvious to you now that you've studied them enough. And they go off in a certain direction, and you can easily go with them. As you study all of these tracks around, you feel like there's probably about 8 of these that escaped through here.
Okay.
So, including Samantha.
Is there a stockpile of their food nearby?
Yeah, you guys take a look in the barn, and there's a section of the barn that has a whole bunch of meat, carcasses,
Okay.
animals, and stuff. It's lightly salted, but not very heavily.
Okay.
Preserves a little bit, but
Do we want to grab some of this meat here and take it with us?
I feel like, maybe you would know better than I would, but I feel like if we can get Samantha to follow us, the rest will follow her.
I feel like...
So we don't need enough for 8. We probably need just enough to draw attention and get them all to come.
I feel like that would be... We have one of 2 options that we could do. Either we can try to lure her, and we were under orders not to harm them in any way, right?
the halflings definitely did not want them harmed.
Okay, so one of the options is out. Basically, we either lure them towards us with the meat, or we use ourselves as bait and just head for this farmhouse here and hightail it.
Something tells me they're faster than us.
Yes, probably.
And we don't. If they were 100 feet away, maybe. But I feel like we're probably going miles. I think the longer we can put off that second plan being the plan, the better. We might run out of whatever meat we bring with us, and that becomes the backup anyway. But
How big are these things? You said they're small?
They're
Or
medium-sized
mediums?
creatures. They're like 6 feet tall.
Okay.
They're pretty. They're big. They're big boys.
And it does it take specialized training to ride these as a mount?
good grid.
You're gonna have to make a check for that sort of thing to know if it takes specialized training. It's going to be a. Let's go with a nature check.
A 9. Nature check?
Nature
Yeah,
check.
9.
You're not sure, but they're not horses.
But the issue is they're a good size mount for a small creature. They would not be a great size mount for most of us.
That is correct. Yeah, because horses are large creatures to accommodate a medium-sized creature. Now you're small,
I would be fine.
so you could go on one. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're probably going to need some mounts in order to do this correctly. We don't.
I mean, if you feed them to the point where they're not hungry, they follow, or you just sort of entice them with little bits at a time, and they'll follow.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on how far away they are, but I don't know that we have access to any mounts right now that won't just get eaten and incur like a huge cost on us.
Okay.
It's like, hey, can we borrow your horses? Oh, they all got eaten. we made a goal doing this, and we owe 50 golden horses.
All right. So I have a pretty good idea of the direction they have went and hunting the primary target. So
You're non-biological, right?
correct.
Yeah, so you don't even have to worry about getting eaten.
Well,
They might kill you, but they won't eat you.
it's not blood that runs through these tubes. It's something similar, though.
Yeah. Maybe it'll be their new favorite thing.
Little do we know, these things run on syrup.
Right. So I think we just grab as much meat as we can, and then
Just grab a big chunk. They
Yeah.
won't be able to eat it while we're moving. They'll just, it's like cats, right? They follow the string.
yeah, but
Drag them all the way back to.
super fast cats with sharp claws.
My cats are super fast and they have very sharp claws. I have scars.
But they lack aggression.
Speak for
They
yourself.
lack lethal aggression.
So you're taking some of the meat with you, and you guys are following the tracks.
Yeah, big
Yes.
huge chunk.
Okay.
Follow the tracks.
You track for an hour. Make another survival check, please.
All right.
I will attempt to aid again.
All right.
No help.
15.
Okay, you just managed to keep a grasp on the tracks.
Okay.
You follow for another hour. Make another survival check.
No help.
That is a 7. Plus
Isn't there like a...
13. I'm sorry.
13. All right, you have lost the tracks. They went across the little brook, and it looks like they didn't just go across it, but the herd, they literally probably followed the brook one way or the other.
Okay.
Lost the tracks completely.
Okay. I seem to have lost the tracks.
Did you add your +2?
Yes, I've been adding my +2.
Just refind them and go back to where we were and try again?
Yeah. Let's see if we can.
Is it just
backtrack.
is it a time penalty, or do we not get to try again?
It's a time penalty.
Yeah.
You gotta try to find them again.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's backtrack a little bit and see if we can't
Okay. Give me another check.
It's not like lock picking or something, or intelligence, knowledge. Oh, there you go.
nat 20, 28.
All right.
Rubber.
All right.
Silicone, yeah.
You pick up the tracks after searching around for a little bit and begin following them again. And now you can see over the rise. You can see a group of what appears to be these creatures milling about. Their heads are down, and it appears as though they're eating on something.
Are they close enough to where we can get like a good visual look as to what these things look like?
They're about 100 yards away.
100 yards away. Okay.
You're sure that these are the creatures.
Okay. So a football field's length. We should be able to visually see them fairly well as to what they look like and stuff like that.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely the Dionysius.
Okay.
And one's red.
Give me a perception check as you look.
How long is
16.
this?
There's only 4 of them. None of them are red.
Well, it's a start.
There's 4 of them. None of them are red. Okay.
Does anybody have any knowledge about woodland creatures? Like, do you know if these things are smart enough to, say, bait a trap, lure us in, murder us?
I mean,
They've already done it to something, though, so theoretically they're good, but...
judging off the last roll that I had for recall knowledge, would I be able to do that again to see how smart they are, or...
You already rolled to see if you knew anything about them, right?
And
Correct,
And you
yeah.
failed miserably. You know nothing.
Cool.
And your 2 guys don't have nature?
I do, but I already rolled knowledge on that and didn't do well on it at all. So.
These things wouldn't happen to fall under warfare, would they?
I've got warfare in 2.
As a lore,
Yeah. How about lower shadow marches?
no. This is a solid nature check.
Okay.
So, but the one we're tracking is not in that, so you could just follow the tracks more, and we would know.
Possibly.
where, yeah.
Lead up to more. But here's 4. Let's get the 4, take them back.
I'm just worried we're not going to be able to bait them with food now, because they are freshly eaten.
I feel like
Or we just tie a rope around what they're eating and then drag the whole thing back. That's my plan. I mean, how dangerous could these things be? They're tamed by halflings.
You first! Here we go!
I'll stay back here.
Alright, we'll begin moving forward, unlengthening my rope.
Okay. You begin moving forward, unlinking your rope, and you see movement in the grass ahead of you. Crouched down, low to the ground, is one of these creatures.
But
Its head comes up a little bit,
Clever girl.
and then you guys hear growls off to the side, and you can see these creatures have flanked you. And then there's a flash of movement as they dart forward. Everybody roll initiative, please. I'm gonna make coffee too for us.
Thank you.
Who all's drinking coffee tonight?
I will.
Joe?
Yeah.
Everybody? Okay.
Yeah. +1.
I can never find initiative. Oh, it's perception, right? Initiative is perception?
Yeah.
Oh, I see everybody has scout except for one person? Is that +1 cumulative?
It doesn't stack.
Okay. So +1.
12.
Next, it'll be like if you're getting like 3 circumstance bonuses, you just have to pick one of them. They don't stack. But if it was like a circumstance bonus and some other bonus, item bonus, then you can stack them.
Clever girl.
Which apparently we did wrong. I saw a comment on that last time.
Hey Luke. As I had said, my guy was preparing to grapple. I was lengthening the rope, getting it ready to.
You had a rope, yep.
I was getting ready to grapple with this creature. Can I use athletics for initiative?
Yep.
Well, the monk is going to be able to non-lethal these all day, but I don't know what the hell I want to do on the oracle. Keep you guys up, I guess.
Yeah. Hope this is gonna be worse than money. Hope this is gonna be worse than money.
Right.
You know, I'm a paladin and all, but paladins gotta eat too. And somehow afford all those children. So what did people say about us?
Mostly that it was our fault.
Yeah. It was.
Whose fault in particular? Is it mostly
Just the group. Essentially, the feedback was we shouldn't have gotten in that last encounter, but it's like we didn't actually have a choice.
Yeah.
Wow. I was thinking, even if we had left and gotten silvered weapons, it still wouldn't have changed the outcome.
The weapons weren't the problem. We just didn't have any resources left because we were healing, using our magic out of combat.
Yeah, and my guy was at half health going into that fight.
Yeah.
And from what I gather, you're not supposed in Pathfinder, you're supposed to be full up on after every battle.
All the difficulties are around being at full health. Also, it's like I was at full health. I got one shot. So like, you know, we got crit so many times.
Yeah, crits happen.
But yeah, I mean, if we had willingly gotten into that last encounter, it would have been like, yeah, we're idiots. But
That's interesting. So, when I use Hunt Prey or interact to reload my crossbow, which is reload 1, it increases the damage die size for the next attack. So it goes from a D8 to a D10.
Wait, what? What does that?
Crossbow ace. The feat, the level 1 ranger feat that I took.
I thought you had. Oh no, is that the one you have? Crossbow ace.
Yeah.
I imagine the way it works is you hold up your crossbow and cock it back, like,
Yeah.
and then fire. That's how it increases that sound effect.
Does anybody
Yep.
need a mini
I don't think so.
No. I need one for the monk.
monk? Okay.
I can cast 2 cantrips, right? As long as it's 3 total actions or less.
I don't think there's any rule that limits the number of spells you can cast around. It's just the actions.
But sustained is essentially like concentration. If you're sustaining a spell, you can't cast another one. Is that?
No. No, it just takes an action to sustain, to concentrate.
Okay.
And then most spells are usually like 2 or 3 actions. So it may be the case it will prevent you from like landing the big heal
Right.
if you're concentrating.
Everybody has 1 hero point too, by the way. Remember these little things here to help you to keep track of your hero points.
Cool. All right. I don't know how I'm going to have to tell Kevin this, but I'm going to sacrifice his character so we can all run. Wait, what?
Sorry, you killed your... Is it his backup or his main?
It's his backup.
Wait, that's his main character?
No,
It's his backup.
Okay, send us his backup character to kill.
Yeah, he knows me too well to send his real character. And if he did send me his real character, well, that was pretty dumb.
Although, I wonder what his real character is. Hopefully a front later.
All right, so who was in the front?
I was walking up front.
Not quite painted all the way there.
Hey,
Got the important parts.
he has
The
an
axe
axe,
blade
he
and
has a
shield.
shield,
What
and
is
a
the-
javelin,
what is the
and
order
it's an
here?
orc.
What are your guys'? Who is this?
That's my ranger, Marv.
How would you guys want your orders?
I don't know which way were we coming down the path.
You were heading this way.
Okay.
Yep.
So Monk's been in back most of the time. Unless you want... Well, you're a ranger now, so you want to be in back.
Yeah, I'll be in back.
So you're single file.
Weird order to be in.
Okay.
Hey, Tuscans march in single file.
Oh, I think both me
Hide
and
their numbers.
I'll put. Oh, never mind. This is fine. It doesn't matter a whole lot.
All right. All right. Initiative. Tarot. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Who's got above a 20?
Ren has a 23.
Rin has a 23.
Osmong has a 22.
All right. And who has above a 15?
I'm a 14.
You're a Marvel 14. Okay. And then Grimshaw, what do you got?
I got a 17.
17. So you go 15. Tarot, where'd you?
6.
A 6. Okay. All right, and I got dinos. Oh, baby. Oh, good gravy. That's so good. You add your perception. So, what did Rin have again?
23.
Oh my goodness.
Did you everybody get their +1s to their?
Ren had a 24. Sorry.
And then, what did Grimshaw have?
17.
17. All right, there we go.
Fortunate.
This Dionychus right there. Drop something on the ground. Ooh. Comes forward. It was the orange one? Yeah. 5, 10, and then darts forward lightning speed at the... Who is that?
Tarot.
Tarot? At Tarot. Talon comes forward. Armor classes?
17.
Hits for 4 slashing damage, and then 1 bleed damage, which I'm gonna look up how that works. if you guys can see if you can find bleed.
Another special type of physical damage is bleed damage. This is persistent damage that represents loss of blood. As such, it has no effect on non-living creatures. Bleed damage ends automatically if you're healed to your full hit points.
Where did you find that?
452.
452.
I skipped a couple words, but functionally it's just there till I'm restored to full.
What? That seems crazy.
Does it do anything?
Bleed 1 I would assume does 1 damage per round.
Yeah, that's what I would assume too.
Would you? Okay, so you're gonna take 1 bleed damage, I presume, on each of your turns. Would you mind searching on Archives of Nethys to see what it says about that? Because it seems like we're missing some important information. All right, and then while he's looking that up, it's actually Rin's turn.
Okay. So, Rin will come back, I guess, to this one.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. I had another action. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My bad.
So Rin's not there yet, but I'm not going to move him back.
Sorry.
Persistent
And
damage.
I'm gonna bite at you. I will hit you a second time with my jaws.
So I don't take the one right away. I take it on my turn.
At the
Oh, you
end
do?
of your turns.
Yeah.
Oh, at the end of your turn? Okay.
Yep.
What'd you do? I'm sorry. Draw a bite for
Yeah,
how much?
he's biting at you.
And then you get a DC 15 flat check to see if you can end the bleeding condition.
It's weird that it doesn't have that under bleed in the rule.
Yeah,
It's
so
they say bleed is a type of persistent damage, and then you look up
Oh.
persistent damage, and
Okay.
that's the rule for persistent damage.
So DC 15 flat check.
Yep.
At the end of his turn.
At the end of his turn, after you've taken the damage.
After he's taken the damage. Okay, so you get 1d4 at the end of your turns until you can get that B15.
1d4?
Yes, I rolled a 1 on the first one. I'll do
Oh, I
that.
gotcha.
I'll do it at the end of your turns from now on.
But it didn't count then.
Correct. You're
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
Yep.
So what's this damage here? Bite damage?
Yep. This is bite damage. 8 points of piercing damage as it bites you. And now it's Rin's turn.
Let me down before I have a turn. This is a really fun game. I've literally never attacked an enemy. That has hit me because I've been dead every time. Alright, Rin will move for 1 action. It's going to flurry of blows. So we're going to double attack that one, non-lethal. 18 to hit for the first one.
That misses.
Okay. Less than that. I'll be done.
All right. This one lunges forward at the orc champion. Jaws dart forward.
Shield raised.
Are any of these all red? Are any
No.
of these Samantha?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Yeah, your shield is raised, so that gives you a +2 to your armor class.
And when do I declare a block?
When you get hit, you can raise your shield to block, and then that
have
like
the meat?
reduces the damage by your shield's hardness, I believe.
I assume
And
we
then
all
the
have
rest
a little bit.
deals to the shield, right?
If you wouldn't mind looking up the rules of that,
Yeah.
because I've not really used that before. Let me see if I hit you first. And oh yes, which armor class?
19.
Yes, I hit you. And those were the jaws.
Not a paladin. I am a champion.
Okay, shield block. This is a reaction. You snap your shield in place to ward off a blow. Your shield prevents you from taking amount of damage up to the shield's hardness. You and the shield take any remaining damage, possibly breaking or destroying the shield.
Okay.
All right, so
Let's do that.
Okay, so you shield block.
Yep.
So he dealt a total of 12 points of damage.
Jesus.
Your shield's hardness is what?
5.
So that reduces it by 5. So we're down to 8, right? No,
So-
7. We're down to 7. So that means you take 7 and your shield takes 7 damage. What's your shield's total hit points?
20.
Okay. Now you're also there is a breaking threshold too, at which point your shield isn't completely destroyed, but it's no longer beneficial.
I think it's at 10 damage.
Is it
That's
10?
what the BT is.
I believe so. Yeah.
It's 10.
And that was its jaw attack. Now it's gonna swipe at you with one of its talons. Misses you, and swipes you with another talon.
He moved.
Yes. Yep. I have a special thing that allows me to move and then attack as one action.
Oh.
And the other talon is going to be at a -5. That will miss you. And now we're up to Osmond.
All right. Let's see. He is going to move into position with this guy. And attack him once with his gnome flick mace. Wait, which has reach.
What's your movement as a gnome?
Oh, good question. 25.
He's a gnome also.
So you were right here, right?
I was slightly back more. Maybe here.
Okay.
But I just need to move to here.
Okay, because you have reach. Okay.
And we'll swing the flick mace, hitting at a 22
Hits.
for a d6 plus 4. It's for 10 points of damage. Oof, schwack. And then we'll raise a shield. Oh wait, doesn't have a shield.
He gets walloped, a little bit of blood splatters on the ground.
Oh. Okay. I will attack again.
Okay, at a -5.
Yep. Did it look like I hurt the creature a lot or a little or?
A good enough amount.
All right. I will try attack non-lethally, which I think is -2.
-2 to your attack, yes.
Yeah, so -7. That's going to miss 9.
Yes, absolutely misses. And that was Osmond, right?
Yep.
All right, the blue one darts forward at the gnome, talons slashing across. Armor class?
18.
18. That will hit you
Okay.
for 7 slashing, and then bleed on your turns. Actually, we should do a thing. Who all's got bleed on them? You have bleed.
The gnome.
The gnome has bleed. And then that was a talon, so now it is going to do another talon attack at you. Misses you. Jaws come forward. Oof. So I have a negative
10 on the third.
10 on that. Okay. So that makes it a 10 plus 9. And your armor class is?
18.
18. Okay, so that will hit. And those are my jaws, right? So we have 8 points of piercing damage as its jaws sink into you. And we are at Grimchaw.
Damn.
Level 1 is not fun. I don't know why we're doing this, but
I don't think level 2 is going to be any better.
Yeah.
being able to survive one round of combat would be nice.
Yeah. I mean, our frontline fighter is has 5 hit points left.
Yeah.
Grimchaw?
And takes damage on his turn.
No, Osmong, and then the other frontline fighter is wounded pretty bad too. Let's see. Where are focus spells? Focus.
Alright, so Grimchaw, we'll skip you, go to Marvel. You're up.
I'm going to take a 5-foot step this way. And do I have line of sight to attack that without hitting
What are you using to attack?
crossbow?
Yes.
Okay. So I moved. That was an action. I'm going to load my crossbow as an action, and I'm going to fire as an action.
Okay.
Okay? So 18 on the die.
That will miss. Oh,
On the 18 on the
Don't
die.
tell me
18,
the die. Just tell me the total.
24.
That hits.
Okay. So 24 hits. That is 12 points of damage, I believe. Let me just double check my crossbow ace real quick. Yes.
Your crossbow quarrel thunks into this thing's side, buries deep, and there is a whimper of pain as this thing lurches to the side. It's now pretty heavily wounded.
Okay.
And that's all for you. Grimtry, ready?
Yeah. I'm gonna cast Lay on Hands on myself. So that's going to increase my armor class to 19 and heal 6 points.
Okay. Is that just one action?
Yep, it's just one action. So -1, and then I'm going to thump the creature. Head drop, that will hit. Oh, might have critical failed.
What was your roll?
9.
9. It is a critical fail, but there's no consequences.
And I am going to. I think I'm gonna. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Retreat back.
Okay. You retreat backward from the creature.
Yeah.
Excellent. And Taro, you're up.
Wait, that was one attack, a heal. Yeah, okay.
Healing seems dumb because it heals them too. So I will.
Wait, what? How does healing heal them too?
When you use your 3-action heal, it targets all living creatures. On the
You can use a
list.
2-action heal or a 1-action heal too.
Right, but if I want to heal everyone that's hurt, yeah,
That's true. The 3-action heal does less healing than the targeted ones
yeah.
too.
But it would end all the bleeds.
I see what you're saying. As long as they get healed up to full.
Yeah, which I think they would. But whatever. I will. I guess just one range heal myself. Well, I will step. Oh, he. I'll go here, I guess.
Okay.
Then I will do the one heal onto myself, which I'll roll those in a second. And then I will shield.
Put your shield up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the shield spell, the same.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. And then after you heal yourself, the 1 beating damage that Arya rolled before. All right. And we are at the top of the round. Would you guys like to discuss? Go me.
I mean, we're kind of in it at this point.
I say we focus fire, weaken them, and then knock them out. So that creature that's already wounded, I recommend that we knock it out now.
Non-lethal.
Yeah.
I don't know if arrows can do non-lethal.
I don't think so.
No, it's gotta be a melee, and it has to be declared before you attack.
There's a -2 penalty, unless of course your weapon's designed for it.
The only other weapon I have is a dagger.
I have a whip, so I can use that.
You're rocking a whip? Nice.
My character's a redeemer.
Did your one
so-
back here go? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, one.
Oh, right. He moved after an attack.
All right. This guy wheels around to face Rin, snarls, slashes a talon at you. Armor class is
19.
19. That misses you. Slashes a talon. That will hit for 8 slashing.
I forgot to roll a save on my bleed. 8 damage?
Oh yeah. Are you still bleeding?
Yes.
Yes, 8 damage plus bleed on Rin.
I am going to use a reaction. Enemy damage your ally within 15 feet.
Okay.
I can give him a glimpse of redemption, which negates 3 points of damage. Well, okay, so the
creature has the choice of leaving his target unharmed, or he has the option of taking the DR plus a enfeebled effect of 2.
The creature's not leaving him alone.
Okay, so I block 3 points of damage, and the creature's now enfeebled 2.
Enfeebled 2. What does that do?
Lowers his damage by 2.
And status penalty equal to enfeebled to strength-based rolls and DCs, including melee attacks, damage rolls. Oh, so my attack roll and my damage go down by 2 then.
I think so.
Wow, that's what it looks like. Yeah. All right, we're gonna do a blue token for that.
Until the end of its next turn.
Next turn, okay. And then it's going to do its jaw attack at you with a -2 on it.
I love those rings. They're very inconvenient when we're this bunched together. It's just like they don't quite fit.
Yeah, I know.
They're cool though. I like them.
His jaws miss Rin by a mile. By the way, the coffee's all ready too.
Oh, nice.
And then Rin, you're up.
Look at that mug.
Yeah.
My wife,
Nice mugs.
my wife was like, you know what? You should just buy your DM Lair mugs for all your friends when they come over. You know, I'm like, all right, fine.
So I'm gonna flurry of blows. The blue, the one with the blue.
Somebody need coffee that doesn't have it?
I'm okay.
I will, but I'm not in a hurry.
I mean, I can do it.
So that was a 25 to hit on the first attack.
That's a hit. He's offering to be your waitress for free, it sounds like.
For 3 damage. Second attack will miss. I will use my second action to attack again with a -10 and crit fail.
Didn't your first one hit?
Yeah,
How much was it damage?
3.
That was the blue one?
It's the one that has a blue ring around.
Orange, yeah. Okay. 3 damage?
Yeah,
Wow.
non-lethal for whatever that's worth.
Okay.
I have one more action. I'll use it to. Oh, I can't step where I want to step. I'll just go here.
Okay.
I guess I can just move. I don't think I'm provoking. Maybe I am. We'll share this red ring.
All right.
And then I have bleed 1.
And then you have bleed. Yep, let me roll.
And I try to save. And crit fail. I've rolled 4 1s.
1 bleed, 1 damage for bleeding.
Jesus Christ.
It's rough, dude. That was me last week and a couple times this week.
And the gold dino. All right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yep. And then it will talon slash the orc in front. Hits. 7 piercing damage.
Oh, God.
Plus bleed.
Okay.
And then its jaws dart forward. Holy crap. Jaws hit you for 4 slashing damage. And that was the gold one. Osmond.
All right. When does the bleed damage occur? At the end of his turn?
End of your turn.
End of turn. All right. Osmond will thump this creature. He's going to attack non-lethally.
The blue one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So it's 9 plus 7, 16 minus 2 is 14.
Misses.
All right. We'll try again. At -5, does even worse. Critically misses. And then we'll. Oh, doesn't have a shield, so I'll just try again. Nat 20.
So nat 20 minus the 10 minus the 2, so you're down to 8.
So
plus your
18.
modifier. 18?
So no, it's 18. No, so it's 8 plus the modifier is what? 16.
16. Misses.
'Cause-
Oh, but it was a nat 20, so that turns a miss into a hit.
yes.
Okay, okay, go.
So he does get a hit.
Yes.
For 9 points of non-lethal damage
Ooh, to which one was that?
to this guy.
The blue one. All right. Would you like to describe that?
He thunks it in the head, makes it kind of like look at him a little like, huh?
His tongue comes rolling out.
Beautiful. And that was Osmong.
Yes.
All right, Marvel.
Has this one taken damage?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Tiny cut.
Okay. 5 foot step back, reload, fire on that one.
All right.
You're gonna crit. Although, I mean, I don't expect us to get all laid back alive.
That is a
Little duct tape, it'll look just like new.
14 to hit.
Oh, 14 misses.
Misses. Okay.
Hits his side and skips off his scales.
Okay, then yeah,
was you.
that's my 3.
Grimchaw.
All right. The guy that I'm hanging out with, I'm gonna thump him with my battle axe. Yeah,
That's the only one.
I don't think he's been hurt yet. I miss. AC 10, swing again. 22, 17.
That misses.
And raise my shield.
If you heal something that has been knocked unconscious with a non-lethal damage, does it wake up?
Eventually.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, is it like if you're unconscious and dying and you get healed, you're immediately back into a fight taking actions, right? Is that how
With
it works
one
with
wound.
non-lethal too?
Probably. I would have to look it up to be
I
certain.
think it probably does.
I'm sure. It would.
It might have some other effect.
What did you
like-
get in the last one?
Raise shield.
Oh, you raised a shield. Okay. And that was Grimchaw. Tarot.
All right, I'm going to use my focus spell lifelink, targeting. Which one of these two is more damaged? Your two.
They're both equally damaged.
Okay. Well, this one has one in front of him, so I'm going to target him.
Okay.
You heal for 1d4. And then the first time each round that you take damage, reduce that damage by 3. And I lose the amount that you have reduced the damage. So if you only take 2 damage, you only reduce it by 2. I only take 2. But if you take 3 damage, I take 3 instead.
Is that like a sustain spell?
It's a focus spell that lasts a minute.
It just lasts a minute period?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I roll for the hit points.
Yeah, you can roll it. I didn't roll it. 1d4.
What for?
So 3.
I healed him initially.
Oh, you did?
So
Oh.
there's a healing of 1d4, and then the next 3 damage he takes each round I take instead.
Okay, I gotcha.
And then I will... That's one action. I have 2 focus points. Theoretically, I could do it again. Oh, and then every time I use a focus spell, this has curse bound, so my curse increases by a level. So now my minor curse is active, which I can tell you what that does in a sec. But
Okay.
basically, it makes it so it's harder to heal me.
Okay.
I will... I'm going to way back here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yes, thank you. And I will do the same... I'll just do shield again, and I'll be done.
Okay. And then let's do
And then I have 1 bleed and
Yep.
the save.
this. 2 bleed damage.
Okay.
How was your save?
16.
Okay, you're no longer bleeding. So,
I rolled for Osmong and Grimchaw. Osmong is still bleeding.
okay.
Grimchaw is no longer bleeding.
Okay.
On the downside, it was a D4 bleed, right?
Yes. Who is that? For both of them?
Yeah. Oh, I rolled it, but
You did.
Yeah.
And you already apply it?
yeah, I
Okay.
already applied it.
Okay.
He got 4 and he got 3, so
Okay,
I'm a
that's-
much more evil dungeon.
Yeah,
master
don't
than
roll
better.
those. What are you doing?
Yeah, you can roll from now on.
I've been rolling low on those. All right. Excellent. And then that was who just went then? That was Taro,
Taro,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Top of the round. Any discussion?
Okay, I think
I don't
let's just keep
think
let's
so.
rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Theoretically, I'll do more than 3 damage this round as the
All right. This one right here whirls around toward Rin. What's that blue thing around me again?
Enfeebled 2.
Enfeebled 2. Oh, -2 to all my stuff. Okay.
-2 to hit, -2 to damage.
Excellent.
As he feels guilty. I made the dinosaur feel guilty. Which actually kind of makes sense in Lord of the Hunt.
That'll hit. This was the Talon for 9 points of pure slashing.
-2.
Oh, yes, thank you. 7. And then you're already bleeding, so it doesn't matter.
Yep. I'm gonna reapply my. You know what? I'm not.
All right.
Because I want to use my shield.
Another. This time the jaws will come forward. Misses you horribly. Talon comes across. Armor class is
19.
misses you. And then Rin, you're up.
Alright, he's no longer enfeebled.
No longer feeble.
Alright, well, we're going to flurry of blows him. First one missed. Second one is a -4 but a +7, so 23 to hit.
Yes. That was the orange one.
For 8 damage.
Nice.
Non-lethal.
He's looking lightly wounded.
Well, why not? Maybe I'll crit. I didn't crit. Alright. Third attack misses.
Excellent. This one right here whirls at. This is Grimshaw, I believe.
Yep.
Talon comes across. There we go. That'll hit.
19. Yep.
Yes, hits a 19
Shield block.
for 5 slashing, which is totally blocked by your hardness.
Blocked by the shield.
Excellent. And then the third attack will be his Talon coming across and completely misses you.
Alright.
And then Osmond.
Will head over here and thump that creature.
So you were right here, right?
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20. You could flank him. And then get a +2.
Oh yeah. Flanking is a thing in this game.
You owe me some bleed damage. I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's not an optional rule.
3 bleed.
I've succeeded on the save.
Okay. And that was for Rin.
Yeah.
Right.
Looking very much.
Optional rule of flank is so silly.
Alright, so 9 plus 7
I
is
forgot about
16 plus flanking, so 18
18? Will not hit.
will not hit. Alright. So I moved, and then I'll attack again. Nat 20.
There you go.
So 20, 15 plus 7 is 22.
-2.
So
What are you doing non-lethal?
plus 2 for the flanking, so 24.
Okay, so that will be a hit, and because you had a nat 20, it'll make it a critical hit.
Okay. Oh crap. This one might be dead.
Well, you didn't. You've been doing non-lethal all your other time. Okay.
I thought I'd soften them up first. So everything is doubled. So
No, just take your whatever your damage was, just times it by 2.
yes.
Yeah.
So 8, 16.
16. Which one was this?
Yellow.
The gold
Yellow,
one.
yeah.
Okay. 16. Lightly wounded.
Lightly wounded?
Yeah, it wasn't damaged before. It was completely undamaged.
See, that was reasonable then.
It's the orange one. That was. There we go.
All right, and that's it. Oh, bleed.
You threw that so high in the air.
His bleeding ends, but he does take a D4.
D4. Yes.
Come on, 1 or
2.
Yes.
2 damage.
I have 1 hit point left. That's more than I
Who
need.
has one left?
You said you ended the bleed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Up there,
Yeah.
he has one? Okay.
And who do you have the life force with again?
This one.
Okay, yeah. That doesn't go to you then.
No, that's Grimshaw. Grimshaw has the life force.
Oh, Grimshaw does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you came around and flanked. Sorry, it was the one that was furthest forward, but you
Okay.
are, yeah, so
Alright,
it switched. My bad.
All right. And who just went? That was Osmond, right?
Yep.
Okay, Marvel, you're up.
Orange, lightly wounded still?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stay where I'm at. I'm gonna reload, fire, and that
We
is
suck.
a 12, 14.
We're gonna have to iterate through
Oh,
at least a dozen
okay.
characters before we find the
Okay.
ones. It's character creation.
And
through
I'll
Darwinism.
reload again.
We just need to roll higher than like a 6 on the die every time.
Well, an 18 on the die didn't hit, so these things.
18 on the die
18
hit.
on the die will hit.
18 doesn't hit.
18 does.
18 on the
Yeah.
die did hit.
Yeah. All right, who was that just win? That was Marvel. Grimshaw.
Grimshaw will put his sword away as an action and crack out his whip and strike that guy with non-lethal damage. So 23
Yes.
for 6 points of damage, non-lethal.
Whack. He's moderately wounded.
22 down to 17 with flanking is 19.
19, that hits.
For 8 points of non-lethal damage.
8 points of non-lethal damage. And would you like to describe that?
Oh, I grab him by the feet and just yank him off his feet, crashing him to the ground.
Excellent. Goes unconscious.
And that is all.
It's all three, right?
All three, yeah.
Beautiful. Taro, you're up.
Alright, well, if no one is bleeding,
Nope.
almost dead, fine-ish.
It's got 10 hit points plus it worked ferocity.
Alright. Well, I will walk over here, and then I'm going to cast the cantrip. It is Forbidding Ward. So it'll be on the monk and on this enemy specifically. You ward an ally against the attack and hostile spells from the target enemy. So basically, I gave the monk has +1 AC,
Okay.
and that's sustained after a minute.
All right. So you have to, on your turn, you got to do a sustain action to keep it going.
Yeah, it's 2 to cast it, 1 to move, so I've used all my actions, and then
And that was on your dude here.
that's the sustain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just concentration, sustain. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. That was Taro. All right. My dino. This guy right here. He is going to turn, and he's leaving threatened range. Rin?
Doesn't have opportunity attacks.
No? Okay. Yeah, he just takes off into the grass. He's booking it toward the other group that's over there. And he's trilling the entire way. And you guys can see the other group of 4 that were munching. They pick their heads up and start looking around.
This one doesn't happen to be red, does it?
No.
Um,
So he is some 90 feet away now from you guys.
So
Okay.
let's group up away from these so I can heal everyone real quick. Because
okay.
theoretically the other ones are going to come for us. We won't have time for medicine checks.
Okay.
So we just begin.
How far away is that other group? Total distance
About 100 yards.
in feet.
300 feet.
300 feet. Okay.
So I will. Well,
So
I get away
I
from
can
those.
I can reach them.
Sure. I'm going to heal before we discuss tactics because they're just going to run to us if I don't. So I'll do my 3 action heal.
Alright.
Targets all living creatures in the burst for 1d.
First, I'm gonna tie up these things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wait,
muzzle them too.
we can get away from them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I would take a little bit of rope and muzzle them.
Yeah, I'm casting it so that they are just out of the range.
Okay.
That's why
okay.
I moved 1 out of the way. Oops, I'll die. I'll roll a d20 for my healing. So everyone's healing 1d8. It's 6 HP.
All right.
So everyone gets 6 hit points back.
Yep.
And after you get done healing, you guys glance up to see, well, some of you are probably keeping an eye on them, but you saw them all that herd of 4, sink down into the grass, where they can no longer be seen.
How far, roughly, where we're at to where the edge of the grass line, the tall grass line is.
All grass.
It's all grass.
Just you're in like a grassy plain area.
Okay.
Is there
Off in the distance, there's some trees and stuff over there.
is there a nice open area by chance?
You're in it,
All right.
but the grass is still like mid thigh for a human. So if you're like a gnome, it's up to your neck.
Right. You tie up the raptors. I'm gonna do a diplomacy.
Yep. I'm gonna
Huge hunk of meat.
I'm gonna
I'm gonna
muzzle
throw
them
it out
and-
there, and I will call out Samantha's name. Samantha, got a treat for you.
You might try halfling if you know it.
What's that sound like? Oh, I ate too much.
Alright, so nobody speaks halfling.
Not this one. Does this one? Dwarvish.
Gnome over here, oddly.
So after about a minute or so, you hear a growl from the grass, and a much larger Dionychus rises up and comes forward slowly, sniffing, growling.
Samantha.
And I throw the hunk of meat, a rope tied to a hunk of meat.
It glances at it, ignores it. It begins to stalk toward the two that you guys had knocked unconscious, and it's sniffing. Are you guys still near them, or are you a little bit away?
We were enough away that a 30-foot spell didn't hit them.
Okay, so it's not going toward you. It's circumventing you, and it's coming over near those two, and it's sniffing at them. And then it looks at you.
Take you home.
I try to give him. I am a Redeemer Paladin, so I have an innocent-looking orc face with giant eyes, with sparkles. Can I attempt a diplomacy? Yeah, give me a diplomacy. There's no. I don't know if there is any animal handling equivalent in Pathfinder 2.
probably old nature.
It's probably survival. So 19,
Maybe.
19.
A 19? Okay. The creature seems to relax just a little bit. Sniffs the meat a little bit, and then it raises its head up and lets out a trill. And you can see 5 more of these creatures rise up out of the grass nearby. And they all have a relaxed posture to them as they begin to stride forward. Samantha, Red Feathers, moves closer to these two, sniffs at them, looks at you, and trills again.
Do we have any healing left?
Yeah. I can use my focus thing, or I could use the medicine skill. I don't think they're going to sit around.
I'm gonna-
with medicine.
I'm gonna walk towards them, hands up like this, and I'm gonna point at their nose where the rope is, and I'm gonna.
Oh, I don't think there's any need for that.
Okay.
I think we got it.
Okay.
These things seem to be awfully intelligent. Probably more intelligent than the halflings.
Well, I was gonna unmuzzle the two.
Oh, okay.
Are their feet still tied?
Yeah. While he was doing his thing, I was tying them up. So yeah, I'm
Because I'm thinking
going
if-
over,
Okay.
untying their muzzle and untying all of their bonds, basically.
Okay. You untie them.
Now they're just all going to run away. All right.
Or we could just carry them, maybe. Want to just try to carry them? It's only 200 pounds.
I mean,
I have 2 strength 18 characters.
yeah.
I can wake one back up
Yeah?
to show good intent. I think they're aware that they're not dead,
Yeah, I think so.
but
Yeah, I think if they had been dead, it would have gone different. But yeah, I guess, do we pick the one that we can't heal up, and start walking it back towards the barn?
Yeah. I mean, that's so that's what I will do, is have my sword away, my whip away, my shield stowed, and I will walk over empty-handed and kneel down in the most hospitable manner, but then scoop up the creature
All right.
and begin to fireman carry the thing back. Oh god, this is gonna suck.
About 150-pound creature.
Yeah.
The other one I'll wake up through my healing. I'll do the life link. It's the only healing I have right now. But that's, so it heals for 1d4. So I'll sort of slowly approach it. Do these awake ones have any reaction to us approaching these?
They're just alert and paying attention. They mostly tend to be stealing glances at Samantha every so often, kind of following her lead. Samantha's just staring intently at you.
So I will like make eye contact, like maintain eye contact with Samantha, but in like a non-threatening way. And then I'll slowly put a hand down on this, the one that he's not carrying, and I'll heal it for 1d4, which is 2 damage.
Okay.
2 health.
Wakes back up.
And I'll sort of like I'm gonna maintain my physical contact with it, like on its forehead or wherever I was like, and then I'll adjust my gaze from Samantha to it, and try to exude like calmness.
Okay. When it wakes up, it seems to be a little startled, right? It jumps up to its feet as you have your hand on it, and for a moment you think it's going to lash out at you, but then it calms down a little bit, and out of the corner of its eye, it appears to be making contact with Samantha. Samantha trills at it, and then the creature relaxes.
And then I will use, because they seem pretty hyper intelligent, at least for beasts of some sort. I'm gonna message just the word "come," and I'll sort of like with my hand kind of guide it as I'll take a step like in the direction we need to go back, and sort of like try to guide it with me.
Okay.
To see if it follows.
Okay. Give me a persuasion, diplomacy. I'm going to give you a +2 on that.
So 16 plus 7 is 23 plus 2 you said, so 25.
Okay. As you begin to guide it, it begins to walk with you, and Samantha does as well. And with Samantha, the rest of the herd begins to follow.
And you've got the one you're carrying,
Yeah.
right?
Osmong will go get their whatever snack that they had. Some fresh meat will probably do them some good. So
Oh, the corpse they were eating up at the top of the hill or whatever?
yeah, if it's indeed a fresh corpse.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
he'll take the fresh meat with him.
Looks like it was some sort of like deer-like creature.
Alright, that.
Alright. Now, I don't want to say...
Which one? Can we say the one I healed is the one that you shot with an arrow?
Yeah.
Because one of these had gotten hit pretty good for an
Yeah,
arrow.
no.
So hopefully it closed up that arrow wound.
Okay.
Because two of them, the two that
Yeah.
were unconscious, one had been hit with an arrow.
You had to pull the arrow out first.
Yeah.
All right. You guys begin leading the herd back, and they go back cooperatively with you. It takes you 3 hours to get back. You roll in around midnight, probably, would be your guess.
And stow them in the barn. Knock on the door.
Well, yeah, re-secure the barn and.
Okay. They go back into the barn without any complaint whatsoever. And then how are you re-securing the barn? The jam and everything's all busted open.
Do they have like a 2x4 we can just nail across the door?
Sure, you can find one of
And
those.
then they can fix it themselves
Yep.
later, but at least it's
Yep.
a temporary.
You make a temporary fix of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Alright. Knock on the door.
All right. You knock on the farmhouse
Maybe
door.
they heard the hammering.
Yeah.
Some hooligans out there
Yeah,
fixing
right.
my barn last night.
You knock on the door, and after about 5 minutes or so, you hear a voice inside that says, "Yeah, what do you want?"
Huh? The mission is complete.
The door cracks open a little bit.
Samantha.
What mission?
Samantha has come home.
You brought her back?
Indeed.
He curses. You can see his shoulders slump.
Oh shit.
Is he trying to retire?
And he comes out, he comes to you and he says, "Did you have to bring Samantha back? Did you?"
Is that your wife's pet?
You
In
told us
fact,
to.
it is the only way to bring her back.
Yeah, I told you, but it wasn't. I didn't think you'd do it.
Well, we did, so now pay up.
Who do you think broke the door?
I am getting the deep suspicion that
All right. I'll be right back.
He goes in and closes the door. 5 minutes passes. 10 minutes passes. 15 minutes go by.
He's bounced. I think.
30 minutes. Knock on the door.
Knock on the door.
You knock on the door. And then after a few minutes, it cracks open and you see his wife.
Hey! What? Did you find him?
Samantha. Yes, we've returned all of the animals.
She launches herself out of the door at you, grabs you up around the waist in a big hug, starts thanking you profusely.
Where?
All in
Where
that
did your
day's
husband
duty,
go?
ma'am.
And then she gets away from him and
That big lumpy's up sleeping.
Because he came down first.
He was checking on some noise outside.
Yeah, that was us. And we don't want to get into any of your personal affairs, but we told him we saved Samantha, and he upped and disappeared on us.
He was very upset about it.
Yeah, he was very upset that we found Samantha.
and she curses.
Oh, and he broke the door himself.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a stream of curses.
I knew it!
And then she begins to turn away and then she says,
Just a second.
and she goes off and you hear some rummaging around. It sounds like in cabinets and stuff like that. And she comes back with a pot, like a cooking pot, right? And she presses it forward into your hands.
There you go, take that.
And then she closes the door, and then you hear some god-awful yelling and racket, threats of murder and mayhem, and then, domestic dispute, fill in the details.
Have no worry.
Glad we could help.
My God has this one covered. And I leave.
What's in the pot?
Yeah, what's in the pot?
If it's not money.
I jingle it. There's
Is it
something
sloshy,
in
or
there.
is
There's some things in there. Okay.
Open
Yeah.
it up.
You
Not bees, not bees, not bees.
you open it up. You open it up, and there is. It looks like raw ignites of copper filling that pot.
How many raw ignites equals a gold piece?
So
I want to get on my abacus. I don't...
So as you shuffle through it and stuff, and you kind of
So copper ore.
take tabs and stuff, it's probably worth 100 copper pieces.
So 1 gold.
1 gold.
Bastard shortchanged us.
Wow.
He said some gold. Does that technically make him evil? Because he lied to a paladin.
That was. Let me give you guys some experience points for that.
That was something else.
Where did we start at? I forgot. 500?
500. Yep.
Is there even an XP thing?
that's,
I think
Yep. You guys are at 500. That was 180 experience points. Yep.
Two silver each.
What?
2 silver each.
And what's level 2?
We have
2,000?
coins?
1,000?
1,000.
Oh, well, we have 2 silver each of copper.
Yeah, I just put the 100 copper worth of raw copper ingots I put in the loot list.
Yeah.
We can turn it into real money in town at some point.
Probably.
Alright. A couple more of these and we'll be level 2. You don't die.
All right.
But first, we need to rest. I'm gonna knock back on the door.
Hi, Barbarian here. Are you enjoying this content? Would you like to have me guilt trip you really quick? Because here's the thing. My team and I work really hard to create all this content. The videos, the stupid shorts, the TikTok garbage, these Q&A live streams, the adventure creation live streams, all of the stuff. All of the free Dungeon Master resources on the DMLair.com and Lair magazine, which is just amazing and beautiful. Anyway, here's the problem. my team doesn't work for free, and Mrs. Barbarian always wants me to take her out to eat, like every single day almost. And I mean, I like Olive Garden and Texas Roadhouse, but all of those margaritas get really expensive. And you know, if I don't pay the people on my team, they just kind of stop working. I don't get it. Anyway, here's how you can help me help you. Basically, you can just take a whole bunch of cash, you know, put it into an envelope and mail it. No, wait, hold on. Let me think about that. No, you know what? This is the 21st century. Just give me your credit card number. Okay, forget all of that. My lawyers have advised me to instead request that you become DM Lair patrons at the link below. I mean, it still allows you to send me money, but it's legal and you get cool stuff in return. For instance, every month you'll get a new issue of Lair magazine, which contains tons of Dungeon Master resources like adventures, puzzles, traps, monsters, magic items, and more. You see, I'm not just asking for a handout, which is what a lot of people do with their Patreons. I'm actually going to give you stuff in return. So yeah, just, you know, kind of click that link below and become a DM Lair patron, you know, so I can stop putting my foot in my mouth. Thank you.
There's so much yelling and shouting in there, you're pretty sure they don't hear you.
Okay, we should probably just hightail it back to...
The tick and the sword.
Yeah, the tick and the sword.
If you want to heal up first, we can. Well, we're in town now.
Yeah.
Or outskirts of town, so we're fine.
I mean, we're in Lowbrook. That could get eaten by a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Holy crap, those things were tough.
Yeah. Well,
That was a severe encounter.
was that 19 AC for them?
Yeah. That was the tough part.
All right.
The damage is a lot, but it's like when half our attack, more than half our
What, they
attacks
have
are missing.
2 attacks or
It's
3?
In
They had
judging,
3.
They had
Well, everything
3?
has three.
Yeah, everything has 3.
I mean-
yeah, technically.
in judging our abilities and capabilities, I've came to the conclusion that we are a very talented group that should probably take on jobs such as rat catching and well, let's start there.
Oh, you don't say. Well, I don't know about you, but I was fine.
Outside of the very first
I
round,
feel
where
great.
went
I don't know
last,
what you're
I was
talking
fine,
about.
but getting hit for more than half my hit points before I had a turn doesn't feel great. But that's just the joys of level 1. You know.
Gnome Fighter was down to 5 hit points before he got a chance to go, and thank God I have this shield, which I have to figure out how to fix.
Isn't
There's a-
Osmong a tiefling fighter?
Yeah, there's some mending rules or something where you
I
can
think
fix
it's a
stuff.
crap check or something.
There's something.
so
There's something there.
I'm checking it out.
So we're going into that inn that was mentioned to us as the cheap one, right?
Yeah. Which is the middle of the road one.
Sounds fun. Let's go.
You had the name of it. I can't remember what it is.
Taking the sword.
The tick and the sword, yeah.
Technically, we could go to the Great Monster, but
I don't know if we can afford that.
that's the low class inn, and I want to sleep tonight and not itch.
All right, so you guys arrive at the Tick and the Sword, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Basically, when you get there, lights are all off, and the front door is locked.
It's locked. Alright.
What kind of inn closes before 2 a.m.?
All right, you knock, and then after a short delay, one of the windows upstairs slides open, and you can see a red-haired dwarf lean out the window. What do you want?
Greetings.
Pardon the late hour. We hear that you have a fine establishment and are willing to pay for a few late arrivals, if you have room.
I gotta walk down the stairs. Be right with you.
You could jump.
That won't help us get through the door.
Door opens after a few minutes. He welcomes you in.
Thank you, sir.
Just for the night?
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, what's a weekly rate? Is there a discount? Oh, Right, we worked this out last time. It's like
It's 4 gold pieces for the week.
Per person?
For the room.
Okay.
maybe we can stack as many people in there.
I don't need a bed. I just need a place to stand.
I got 2 gold.
I have some amount that I have to look at my app to determine.
Room for the night.
The night. Alright. 8 silver pieces for the room. 10 silver gets you breakfast.
Alright, I give him the gold.
Alright. Alright, you got the night and then breakfast in the morning. Alright, so you guys sleep on the night. And let's look at the rest of the rules.
So I forgot because I had used my second one that my curse progressed a level, which didn't functionally matter for that combat.
So it says characters recover hit points. Your con modifier times your level with 8 hours of sleep. Alright, so that's how many hit points you get back. Your con modifier times your level. So at level 1 is your con modifier.
We should have spent the 4 gold.
Big fat donut hole on my con.
3.
Oh, except he's got a healer's kit, right?
Yeah, does anybody got the 10 wound stuff going on?
Yeah, I can do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
I
waiting
could've-
because I didn't know how many I didn't know if it would be necessary.
I'm trained in medicine, so I could help you with that if necessary.
Yeah, I think it's safe to assume that if somebody has a medicine kit and you're using treat wounds,
Let's not make that
That-
mistake again.
then if you sleep the night, you're able to treat wounds enough to get everybody up to full health. I think that's an easy hand wave.
Okay.
I'll go into my standby mode for the 2 necessary hours that I need to
Okay.
shut down.
Oh, plus I can heal 6 hit points every 10
I'll
minutes.
plug into the plug there and recharge like a Tesla.
All day long.
I don't remember how focus spells work. I'm assuming you get them both back. if you're
Usually
taking
it's
a
one
long
of
rest.
these
yeah.
and you point.
So every 10 minutes you get one.
Every
back
10
back?
minutes, you can 10 minutes to refocus, and that gets you one back, or both of them back. I'm not sure exactly.
I think 10 gets you 1. I think you're right. But then
Yeah.
if it's a whole night, I'm sure.
Yeah, you get it back. It's not a problem.
But my curse only goes down 1 level on a long rest. So.
Okay, apparently there's something called a repair kit.
Is it a consumable or is it something that
No,
you
it's a tool set basically. It's like a crafting kit. Are you proficient in repairs?
I am proficient in crafting.
Nice. Quick repair.
I've got nothing like that.
That is a feat you can take.
It's like you do like repair in combat.
Yeah, it's similar to the quick alchemy.
Yeah, so this is a full 10 minutes. Oh my god, it's 2 gold pieces. Shit.
That's more than the shield costs. Oh, the kit is 2.
The kit is
I
2.
thought you were saying
So
it's two each time to repair.
What's the ability to repair stuff? It's craft is the skill.
Okay.
Right.
No, there's a repair thing for it.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna do.
But you have to have a repair kit, which I don't have.
Yeah.
Well, so I only spent.
10 minutes to attempting to fix a damaged item. Yep.
I've got 7 gold left. And I haven't bought all my stupid little equipment yet, but I won't spend 7 gold on it, so you can take 2 and get a repair kit.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes and then you can patch up your shield basically. But I think you would have to... It says to fix a damaged item. But if the shield were totally destroyed, I don't know if that would work the same.
Yeah, I would assume the destroyed means it's.
Yes, it literally says you can't repair a destroyed item.
Okay.
So if your shield ever gets totally, all the hit points gone, it's destroyed, and your repair will no longer work on it.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, I gave you 2 gold. I don't know if you heard that.
Oh,
Okay, so we can go out and buy a repair kit.
Yeah.
Or let's.
How many gold did you have left over?
7.
Jeez.
All I bought was a healer's kit and studded armor. And I'll buy rope and stuff that isn't going to take 7 gold. So I just haven't yet.
much gold did we start out with? It was 15, right?
I'd have to look it up.
We do start off with 15 gold.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I remembered.
Alright, I will buy a repair kit if I can. Get directions from our fair innkeeper at
you can buy.
breakfast.
Yeah, you can buy a repair kit.
Okay.
It's morning too, by the way.
Okay. I might not be great at crafting, but at least I can craft.
Yeah, nearby in Lightshade, there is a general adventuring supplies shop called the Trusty Rucksack. They can get you a repair kit. The owner there is called Myrtle Steeltoe, female dwarf. And as you're getting your repair kit, Myrtle's looking you over. Is that all you want? Nothing else? You're gonna be out adventuring. Perhaps you could use a little something.
Yes, unless of course you're dispensing loans of a sort. We first need to earn the coin.
You don't do loans around here. I'm sorry.
So I think I failed.
Do you have any ways we can work for
There's the message
items?
board.
Absolutely. There's a job board just around the corner.
I mean, personally, for you, do you have any jobs specific that we could accomplish for you for maybe a couple of the items off the wall?
I don't think so. If I had a job to be done, I'd put it on the job board.
Okay.
We're not really hiring clerks or anything like that at the moment.
Luke, I got a 9. So I attempted to repair
Okay.
my shield. I guess I should have said that out loud
Okay.
before I rolled. But I got a 9. So the question is did I critically fail?
A shield is probably like a level 1 item, which would be as a DC 15.
Levels.
So it's not a critical fail. But
Okay.
was it? You have to spend another 10 minutes basically.
Yeah. I'll keep working at it. So I know if I roll a really crappy 17 on the die.
There you go.
So that's just a regular fix, so I heal 10.
Tink, 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 tink.
Alright.
Yeah, as long as you don't critically fail, you just keep going at it. The critical fail actually deals damage to it. You could theoretically break it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or destroy it.
Yeah.
Well, that works.
Destroy it. Yep. All right. So you guys are patched up. You got a repair kit.
Job board.
Go to the job board.
Yes. R comes before S. 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 R comes after M, N, O, P, Q, R, R. And then R, A, R, A, T, R, A, T, S.
All right. So you guys go to the job board, and you can see that there are 5 different categories listed on the job board. There's rat catchers, wolf catchers, bear catchers, elephant catchers, and dino catchers.
In order of difficulty, I'm assuming.
Shit.
Well, we just did the dino one. So
Currently, so those are different categories. Currently, there are 3 postings that you can see on the job board. There are 2 postings under rat catchers. One of them says missing goats, see farmer Varge in the bowls. The other posting says cleanse the dead, see the Gladjoy at the whipping boy. And then the third posting is under the wolf catchers, and it says rampaging 2-headed giant, see the Gladjoy at the whipping boy.
Let's do the cleansing the undead one.
That's the rat catcher, is the cleansing the undead, and what, the wolf is the moderate, or is wolf the... What are the levels again? It was rat...
Rat, wolf, bear, elephant, and dino. And as you're standing there thinking about these things, There's a dwarf that walks by and explains to you. All right, this is how it works, lads. See, you're new in town. Rat catchers is the easy stuff, and then wolf gets harder. Going all the way down to dinos is super difficult, likely get yourselves killed.
Obviously.
You should start out with the rats.
Well, I think
I'm a mimic.
I'm a
And it was
middle.
finding some goats, and we just did some finding some bullshit.
I mean, technically, we did a dinos and survived. I think we could bump ourselves up
an
past
actual
rat.
dino.
It wasn't a dino level quest. Not to mention,
I'm gonna take my dog out.
it
really
says
quick while you guys
two-headed
discuss.
giant. I say we battle a one-headed giant and then move our way up.
Yeah, we didn't do a dino level
Is it
quest.
a two-headed giant that shares a brain? Because if it shares one brain, then we're good.
Is it a two-headed giant that hits us for more than 20 rounds?
Right.
Yes.
Yes. All I gotta say is this goat quest sounds like right up our alley.
Well, the two were under rat catchers, the goats
Yep.
and the cleansing the undead. They were both under. The only reason I picked the cleansing undead is because we just did a go find my lost animal quest.
Yeah, but with an archer, I deal less damage to,
Well, we're gonna end up doing
to
both.
piercing. That's why I'm thinking. I think if we want to get to level 2 a little quicker, we should probably take the wolf one because we're not that far from being level 2.
We won't make it to level 2.
I was
if
just
we
gonna
take that
say.
one.
We can start over if you want. That's
Yeah. The DM just told us don't do that. Like,
What? Don't do the wolf one?
yeah, he just said start with rat catcher.
like I had a guy NPC walk up to us. Here, let me explain it to you, and then specifically some advice. Do this thing.
All right, so let's go do the Farmer Varge one. Find the goats.
No, I say we.
We're gonna do both. It doesn't matter. Neither one of these is gonna get us to 2.
We
And-
accept both the quests at the same time,
Exactly.
and then we attempt to line them up by region.
We
So
can
that
bring
we
the
can
goats to the undead.
We can
do a nice
efficiently
little circle.
run through.
Aw.
Now,
Oh,
Undead goats.
really?
I'm still waiting.
What do they pay?
We'll have to go talk to the 2 people. You know?
Yeah, so we gotta go talk to
Farmer Varge.
farm.
And then some boy at a place I can't remember.
Yeah, the Gladjoy, right?
Yeah. Whatever that means.
Cool. Man, I wish I knew somebody who knew a lot about vintage knives.
Or skills. Yeah.
I've got this dope Korean War era switchblade that was a paratrooper switchblade that was made by Schrade in the 50s.
All I gotta say is the knife won't help you against your robot overlords
How about you?
and Robo Bill Gates or Elon Musk. I found out that Elon Musk is also transcendent.
Elon Musk is one accident away from being a supervillain.
Oh no, I think he's well beyond that. But, you know, Lex Luthor was hardly ever in jail. I don't understand exactly how that worked. Peanut butter jelly time. Alright, so we're off to see Gladjoy at the... Shit.
It was the Bowls, right?
I think that's Farmer Varga at the Bowls.
Yeah. Or what was the zombie one? What's that?
That was
posting?
Gladjoy
Yeah, it was
at-
Gladjoy. Who do we talk to?
For the Cleanse the Dead,
Yeah.
the Gladjoy, at the Whipping Boy.
And that's also who we talked to for the ogre, but for the giant.
It is.
Yep.
So we'll go talk to this Gladjoy guy.
At the whipping boy? Okay. So, you ask around for this whipping boy, and it turns out that that is a tavern in Lightshade, not too far from where you guys are. You head over there, and it's still early in the morning, and it's pretty dead inside. There is a human female sitting by the door on a stool. She has half-plate armor, a great sword across her back, dark skin, hair up in a bun, and she looks half asleep. She casts you a lazy eye as you come in. And just goes back to trying to recover probably from an exciting last night. And you guys can see there is a barkeep, dwarven female, behind the bar.
Tavern master,
Hey, how can I help you?
pardon the early hour. But might I inquire about a Gladjoy?
Oh yeah, Haldrum.
Holdrum.
Uh, Harldum.
Haroldum.
Haraldum.
You probably hear talking about some stuff from the job board, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's usually not in till a little bit later.
Okay. So he isn't resident here.
Well, he doesn't live here, no, he's a regular.
Okay. Well, if you could pass him word that Grimchaw is looking to meet up to talk to him about putting down some undead. And we'll be back at what, say 6 would be reasonable? That evening?
Well, I don't know. Word can be gotten to him rather quickly for the right motivation.
What do you say? So, you're saying if, say, I bought a round, but didn't receive ale, that would be a fair price? 5 copper?
Sure, I can get word to him.
Okay.
All right.
Upend
And
the
she-
bowl of copper ore.
It's worth
She-
way more than 5.
She yells out, Ebbe! Ebbe! And then the woman, bouncer and plate by the door, picks her head up. Go find the Gladjoy! Hurry up, quick about it! And the bouncer groans and goes out the door. About a half an hour later, a male dwarf, he's older, getting on his years. He comes in, he has an eye patch on, and he has a prosthetic leg that's made out of gears and stuff. And he comes walking in, grumpy, sour look on his face, looks around, spots you guys. What? You can all wait until the evening?
I prefer to hunt the dead in the daytime.
And he thumps on up to you, eyes you all up and down. A lot of you grain axes are going after the dead.
If you hadn't seen, and I brush across my paladin sigil, and sigil.
Oh, so you got some foolhardy ideas in your head, do you? Think you're all out to slay the evil and put the dead to rest?
Indeed.
You're gonna get your nose wiped, you know.
The only other job was to retrieve a goat.
Ah! And what have you done, might I ask, since you got here to town?
We had rescued Dom's lost raptors.
And brought them back home.
Oh, you got some pets back.
We wrangled dinosaurs.
Sure you did. And now you want to go after the dead.
It beats goats. And why aren't there any rat jobs on the rat catcher board anyway?
It's not literal. It's like, what's that word? Figurative.
Well, they should figuratively put some rat jobs on the rat catcher board.
Well, listen, if you want to go after the dead, I suppose you could, but I'd be careful if I were you.
What do we need to be careful of?
Well, First of all, it's the Emerald Claw that you're likely dealing with. Is that ringing a bell for y'all?
I don't know what is that.
Is that a criminal organization?
Well,
I'm a bounty hunter by trade, so
it's not exactly criminal, but it's not good.
would a recalled knowledge possibly for me ring any bells on that with my background?
So this is going to be religion or occultism.
Oh, I have a religion. That's weird.
Yeah, I have a religion too. I'll roll a religion.
That's not bad. 14.
A 20.
I also had 14.
So you have heard of the Emerald Claw.
No.
What you know about the Emerald Claw is that they are a sect of the Blood of Vol. So, Blood of Vol is a faith in Eberron, and most people have heard of the Blood of Vol, although not a whole lot really understand what they do. Many people associate the Blood of Vol with undead, and they think that the Blood of Vol are all vampires, bloodsuckers, or zombies or something like that. But you know a little bit more about that, Marvel. I gotta get these set up here so I know who's who. The Blood of Vol is a faith that seeks something they call the divinity within. And all seekers, those are practitioners and believers of the Blood of Vol, attempt to obtain this divinity within, and they want to cheat death, basically. Not by becoming undead, which is what the common person believes that they try to do, but there's some way that they can obtain a divinity and live forever without becoming undead. That's at least what the faith purports. Now, the Emerald Claw you've heard about, and you especially remember that once when you were traveling through Breland or somewhere, there was a gazette that put out some information about the Emerald Claw. And therein, it talked about the Emerald Claw being a sect or a cult of the Blood of Vol. And specifically, they are a terrorist sect. And the Emerald Claw serves a lich that you believe is something called the Queen of Death or something like that. And there's not a whole lot more known about the Emerald Claw, except that they are terrorists and they go around killing and maiming and doing horrible things. And generally, there is a wake of undead that are left in their wake. But there's not a whole lot known about these terrorists, the Emerald Claw, except that wherever they crop up, most good folk try to put an end to them.
So this sounds like something right up your alley.
Indeed.
When I'm relaying all of this knowledge to them, as far as I know, Barkeep, is there anybody in town who may be religiously inclined or a knowledge of occultism to give us a little more background into this Queen of Death or more info on the Emerald Claw?
Well, so you're going back. So you were at the dwarf talking to Gladjoy. Now you're walking back to the barkeep.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Or you're talking to Gladjoy.
Yeah, I'm talking to Gladjoy.
Okay. Gladjoy looks at you and says, "Well, you can talk to the priests over at the House of Nine. They're that's the temple of the Sovereign Host. Or, well, if you got some bowls on you, you can go talk to the priests of the Silver Flame over at the Shrine of Light. But they're a bunch of fanaticals, so I don't know if you want to be messing around with them. But House of Nine's a good place to start if you're looking for more information about
What
religious
is the
stuff.
significance of the bowl with the House of the Silver, or the Priest of the Silver Flame?
Significant about what?
You said if you have a bowl on you.
If you got some bowls on you.
Oh, balls. No, I don't have any of those, but...
Ball bearings.
Understood. It's a good point.
So, but this wouldn't be on the rat catcher board if we had any thought that the Queen of Death or whatever was going to be there, right? Like,
Well, let's.
right? I would assume that's elephant level at least.
Well, please explain the level of difficulty in terms of gold coins for completing this mission.
Oh, what you get out of it? All right. Well, I'm prepared to give you 40 gold pieces.
Your eyes
lit
up.
say is,
I heard a thunk under the table. That's all I'm gonna say.
Orcish thug.
Is there any information you can give us or anybody that we can talk to that would perhaps know information on defeating these undead, these particular undead?
well, it's easy.
I don't know. Maybe talk to
The
the
priests?
House of the Nine, maybe,
Okay.
but
Well, he hasn't even told us what the mission is. He just ridiculed us for wanting to do it.
Okay, let's find out.
Do we know what it? Because
no, he hasn't told you anything about it
Okay.
yet. He hasn't been able to.
Alrighty.
All right, Greenbeards, Green Axes, just let me tell you what's going on here.
Is that a comment about my skin?
No, I think Green is more in the we're new to this.
Listen to the metal one. He knows what he's talking about.
I prefer they choose a different color.
All right. Anyway,
Brown Axe doesn't sound very good. Or Brown Beard doesn't sound great either.
about 2 days south of Frostmantle, you're gonna find the ruins of something that was named the Temple of the Eternal Soul. That there temple was dedicated to the Emerald Claw, and it was destroyed some time ago. However, recently there's been renewed activity at the temple, and we believe, the city believes, that the Emerald Claw has returned. So, we need someone to go down there, investigate it, stop them, put an end to whatever's going on down there. This is one of those. We say investigate and stop them, but really what we want is everything inside to be murderized to some extent or another, leaning more on the full extent of murderization. Now, I do want you to know, you're not the first group that took this quest. There was another bunch of green axes that came through a few weeks ago, and they never returned.
there's a lot of that going on.
Seems to be a lot of that lately.
Are you saying there's an entire party's worth of treasure there?
I can't say what you're going to find there. All I know is that we sent a group just like you, green under the axe blade, and they never came back. So, what I'm going to do, and don't think for one moment that I'm going to do this every time, but this once, I'm going to give you something in advance that might help you just a little bit not to get dead yourselves. And he reaches into a pouch, pulls out like a flask, and puts it on the table. But don't tell anybody that I'm getting soft. I'm just tired of the green axes ending up dead. It makes me look bad. It's like my job board isn't accurate, and it should have been ranked higher. But it's not. It's a rat catcher, and I swear it is. Anyway. The goats are as close as you're gonna get to rats, and y'all didn't want the goats. You wanted the dead. Now, this flask right here is it's called an elixir of life minor. It's on page 548 in your books. It's an elixir of life.
One of those two should take it.
A minor elixir of life. It does some healing, and it might do some other stuff. You can look it up. Page 548.
I'll give it to him.
Basically, he's fronting you it.
Oh no, wait. I'll give it to my character just in case this really is his off character and we never see him again.
Oh yeah.
So I'll keep it.
Should have spent all his gold.
Sold all of his equipment. Paid the gold. Kevin,
Your backup character
he's naked.
has nothing.
He's
What
nothing.
happened?
Yeah, we saw his gnomish flick mace. We saw that. Put him into bondage servitude. What? Elixir of life minor. Bull rod. Nice.
All I gotta say is the compensation for this job.
What page did you say it's on?
548.
God, these are in such a weird order. Okay.
Restores 1d6 hit points. And it grants a savings throw against disease and poison for 10 minutes. Plus 1 bonus.
Sweet.
What, that elixir of life?
Yeah.
Cool.
This is gonna. All right.
It'll be good. It'll be better.
Hey, these things are only 3 gold pieces.
3 gold for 6 health. Once we have more than our starting gold, it will be worth stacking up on a bit.
The 40 gold. Now, here's the thing about the 40 gold. We got our ass handed to us to taking a 1 gold piece mission. 1 gold piece mission. Now we're doing a 40 gold piece mission.
But theoretically, the source of the mission was the reason that was only worth 1 gold, not the difficulty of the mission.
I hope you're right. You're right, it was a halfling.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that those raptors were smarter than that halfling was.
Yeah. Can't even argue.
I mean, yes.
You sure you guys don't want to check out the goat mission? Maybe it's also 40 gold pieces.
I mean, is
There's no reason not to start it, right?
is the farm in the same direction as we need to go? The 2 days south?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay.
But it's an hour. It's an hour to go to get over to the bowls.
See,
you know?
I think we should at least check it out. I mean, what's the harm in checking it out?
Maybe it's the 300 gold mission. That's even easier.
Turns out the goat is just he's like attached to the chimera, which has, you know.
It's gonna be the Billy Goat's Gruff, and then it's gonna be the Big Brother.
Oh,
that's
right.
coming after us.
We should at least find out, I feel
Yeah,
like.
there's no reason not to go.
Yeah.
So now you're gonna go check out the other one.
We're gonna do both.
Fill our quest log.
We're gonna fill you know, cross all of our T's and dot all of our I's in a sense. And
All right.
We'll accept this one for sure.
The undead one?
Yeah.
We
Okay.
have to.
Yeah.
You've got someone who wants to deal with undead probably, and someone who hates cults. So
And I just don't like
Yeah.
you know.
I suspect that a cult like this had killed my entire family. My entire tribe, in fact.
All right. So you guys are heading over to the bowls.
Sounds good.
Get over there. It's somewhere around noon by the time you get over there. You ask around for Farmer Varg. And eventually you get pointed to his homestead. You see house, barn, there's some, pens outside and stuff like that. You can see some activity in one of the fields. Look like you can see a man out there and probably a couple young lads helping him.
He's within hollering distance. I'll
Yes.
holler out to him.
okay, I was gonna say I'll use message, but that's fine.
Right, you holler out and looks your way and then says something to his boys and then starts walking over to you.
Farmer Varg!
Yeah. Yeah, Farmer Varg, how you doing?
Ah, very good. We're looking for employ. We hear you're missing a goat.
That's right. I represent a group of farmers in the region, and we've had some goats go missing from our farms recently.
Very interesting.
We're looking for someone to track them down and get the goats back. Now, we've also noticed that some of us have spotted small figures skulking around in the shadows at night. So we suspect thievery.
I look at the gnome. You know anything about this?
from your homes, do you notice these shadowy figures? And could you point out, like, a specific area where you have supposedly seen these shadowy figures skulking around?
Sure, probably about a week ago, one of my boys saw over that tree line over there that there were some figures. They appeared to be looking at the barn or something like that.
Okay, and did you investigate?
I mean, we went and looked around over there, but didn't notice anything exactly.
Okay. So
So what sort of denominations are we talking about for resolving your goat problem?
It always comes down to money with you folk. Well,
Unfortunately,
I mean, we'll take property.
we starve to death if we don't get paid.
that's understandable. Well, collectively, the farmers have put together a pot of 50 gold pieces. No, I'm sorry, I misspoke. 50 silver pieces.
We're not interested.
Well,
The other one's 40 gold.
yeah.
However,
However,
That's the monk. The monk, by the way.
no. Yeah. What are we? Appetite for
well,
close by mission?
did we ask if there was a time frame for the other one?
Undead or immortal? So I assume that the mission will outlast us.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't know it.
No, I'm.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I feel like the experience is always good, figuratively and literally. So, I feel like, you know, it would also help our reputation to get our names out there that we are a group of adventurers who can get the job done, so to speak.
Yes. When we surpass the rat catching board and move on to the wolf board, our
No job too big, no pup too small.
There are pups that are too big.
Okay.
I'm thinking hellhounds, winter wolves.
Dire wolves. Yeah.
I'm not.
Cerebrus.
Yeah. Three-headed guardian of hell.
Yeah, sure is, yeah.
It's probably nasty at Pathfinder
Well, I don't even want to know. All right. So what do you think, guys?
I think we should do both. I honestly think we should do this one first and then segue into the other one. We're here, we might as well do it. And I feel like this one might play on our skills a little bit better. So we can get some downtime to actually, like, do some research on undead and talk to these priests and have a little bit of funds coming in before we actually jump into that.
All right, I don't disagree.
I don't care.
All right.
I've been looking through the rules to try to find how the hell you do like a calm animal or handle animal. I cannot find it. Like, I don't understand how it works.
Probably. Did you check under animal?
Well, there's like companions,
But
but
the skill, nature?
no, I didn't look at the individual skills.
I thought I read somewhere that a handle animal check is a nature check.
Could be. Or it could be diplomacy.
We don't have to.
Command an animal
It might become.
is a nature check.
But that's not like. I guess you could command it to calm down. I don't know. It just feels weird.
Yeah.
Because if we're trying to get goats back or whatever, we can't. You know.
We can tie with rope. I'm not so worried about the goats. I'm worried about the things that are stealing the goats.
Yeah, well, I feel like we'll accept it, and while we're, like, figuring this out, we should go over to that tree line and investigate and figure out, like, if we know what these tracks might be, or whatever it may be.
Manicore.
Automatically fail if the animal's hostile or unfriendly. So, like, command an animal, you literally can't calm them down. Not that I think the goats will be hostile towards us, but it's just weird that there's not.
I mean, there's a thing that says handle animal. It
Where?
says it's on core rulebook page 97.
page 97 is the Bard class. That's for Pathfinder 1.
No, it's the second edition. Archives of Nethys.
Well, Archive says both sorts of rules.
It says PRPG. What does that stand for?
Pathfinder role-playing game.
PRPG.
So that's first edition.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is first
Yeah,
edition?
page 97 here is like Bard stuff.
Yeah, polymath, composition cantrips, enigma.
I don't know, it's not a big deal. I just was like...
I've been using just like intimidation or
Diplomacy.
diplomacy. Yeah. I mean,
That's fine.
just
Just,
it's that or survival.
be
Survival might make sense.
Yeah.
Too, I guess. Anyway.
so try to do the goats first? I don't have any.
Yeah, let's head down to the forest line, see if we can pick up a trail.
The only reason I said do the other one first is because we just did a quest that's identical to this goat quest. But, or at least the,
Yeah, I know. I like
the
to mix
theming
it up.
of the quest. But,
And my character definitely wants to go kill some undead.
Yeah.
but I'm totally fine with this.
I think as
It'll be theoretically, hopefully, easier.
players, we might want to try playing a little bit smarter.
Yeah, no, but I think it makes sense.
If we were completely intelligent, we would give up adventuring and open a tavern.
Yeah. It'll be
I mean,
fun.
they,
That's what.
that guy was charging 4 gold pieces for the week. Holy crap! That's like 4 raptor quests.
I've read multiple because I
One
was.
room.
What's that Waterdeep Dragon Heist, right? That 1 through 5 adventure where you get a tavern in the second chapter. I've read multiple because I DM'd that, and half the people complained about it because their group didn't give a shit about the tavern,
Yeah.
and the other half were like, my group wanted to turn this into like a tavern simulator, and didn't care about the rest of the quests.
Yeah.
Like,
So when I ran it, I had Volo become their #1 patron who drink them under, just try to
right.
just drink all of their things. And
What,
he was
and just
running
tell
a
stories
like,
and...
hundreds of gold pieces and tabs and
My group had a guy who was playing a grappler. He was literally, his name was Craggy, but he was basically playing The Rock, like the professional wrestler The Rock. And so he wanted to turn it into a wrestling venue. So they spent a ton of money remodeling it to have a wrestling ring, so he could like.
I don't
host
remember what we
events
did
and,
in
like-
ours in
You
Madness
had, you, had the, you had the
Invictus.
tavern, but it was mostly just a base.
Yeah.
And otherwise, you just went on adventuring.
It's nice to have a free place to stay, except it's not free because it costs a ton of money to restore it. But if you don't restore any of it,
I remember we started getting with all the different trades guilds to fix it up. I do remember that.
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
that's like all of chapter 2 is
Yeah.
go meet people in the city to try to get your
Yeah.
tavern fixed.
yeah. The way I read Volo is he was studying to write his new book on spirits and ghosts.
Yeah.
And first he would study spirits in depth.
Well, that's why he bought the tavern, is to study
Alrighty.
because it's haunted. But.
So you're going for missing goats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
yeah.
your first step?
Go to the forest line.
Yeah, go to the tree, have them walk us over to the tree line and show us the exact spots where they saw the shadowy, skulky figures.
Okay. And then you're looking around for tracks, I presume.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah,
I'll make a perception check for you.
Okay.
I will
Actually,
aid.
I should be making perception checks for all of you guys. All right, you're aiding.
Yeah.
Who's that, Grimshaw?
Yeah.
All right.
So I succeed on aid.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can roll that, I suppose.
I'm not rolling, right?
You're not rolling.
Okay.
Okay. You look around and you find some tracks.
Okay.
It looks like some bipedal creatures, and they're not wearing boots or anything, and their foot shape is roughly.
So if I'm reading that right, it's 35 feet long.
This is probably about 6 inches.
Oh, okay.
Clawed are
Clawed, yep.
those are clawed. Okay, so claws on the front, claw on the back. Would I be able to recall knowledge to find other not necessarily bipedal, but other animals that might have similar claws in physiology, biology to this, like bird, whether it's a bird or another type of reptile.
What's your modifier on nature?
+6.
Okay, this reminds you of lizards.
Lizards. Okay, so
What do we know about?
2-footed?
small, skulky
Yes, we said
creatures,
bipedal.
Bipedal. Yes.
bipedal, lizards.
So the things we just saved, maybe?
These footprints are much smaller than those.
Oh, okay.
Diaconic.
Can I make a society roll on Osmog's character to identify the humanoid? Maybe humanoid?
What's your modifier?
+3.
We get to see Gary.
Gary the intern, yeah.
You're pretty sure that these are a type of intelligent dragons.
I got excited.
That was perfect.
Known as Dragonborn.
Oh. Lame.
You mean from 5th edition? Shit.
No, really terrible breath weapon? I'm not worried.
Yeah. Yeah, did you see the one in the Dungeons and Dragons movie? He was just sitting there as a pauper and they had they peddled it and had to give him money. It's like, I'm not worried about them.
Oh yeah, they could have utilized that a lot more things. Better.
Alright, so what are you guys doing?
Well,
Follow them tracks.
yeah.
But there's no goat tracks.
Doesn't really matter.
Isn't that our mission? To be fair, I only half listened to this quest prompt because I was looking up handle animal. So, goats are missing and we're trying to find them? Isn't that what's happening?
And the goats were stored in the barn, right? At night?
You didn't ask him.
I didn't ask. Okay. Is he standing right there with us?
Not anymore.
Okay.
You guys are off in the tree line. He went back to work.
Okay.
Alright, let's follow.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's start following those tracks, see where they lead.
I mean,
Certainly not to the goats because there's no goat tracks. but
all I
alright.
got, all
Let's
I got
do
to
it.
say is 6-inch dragon footprints. I'm gonna get some new boots.
I mean, theoretically, they could still be there. Just took a different route to take them.
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Alright, so you guys begin following the Dragonborn tracks, and you follow them for about an hour. Give me another... Oh, hold on a second. Oh, no, you're doing a survival. Give me a survival check.
All right.
Attempt to aid. Nope, I failed.
23.
Okay, excellent. After their hour of flying these trails, you can see off in the distance, not too far away, 100 yards, which is 300 feet, there is a cluster of hills. And the trail, and by the way, as you were following it, another set of these same footprints converged upon the ones you were following, and you also saw other prints. And with your high survival check, you did identify them as almost assuredly goats.
Cloven, hooved, and
Exactly.
yeah.
Or
There were some droppings and all this kind of stuff, and very clearly goats. And they converged, and they went off directly for those hills in front of you.
Okay, and the reason why I was asking earlier about feet is because I can, as an act, once I reload my bow, I automatically bump into my next range increment without penalty, without the -2 penalty.
Okay.
So as the crossbow ace. So that's why I was asking. So it goes from 120 feet to 240 feet that I can shoot.
Okay, cool.
Alright.
So I let them know all these things.
Trigger.
Those are goat tracks.
If you were to guess as to the number of Dragonborn that are congregating here.
Too many to count.
Give me
or
a survival check.
another survival. All right. That is a 18.
18. Your guess is going to be some of them are older and some of them are newer. Geez. All told, you have like 30 or so, but
Could be
there's
the
different
same party you go back
It
to.
could be different
5.
ages and stuff. The freshest ones that you can make out are about 12.
Okay.
They're
So
about the same age.
Okay.
possibly 12 minimum.
Have you ever seen a Dragonborn?
I don't think so.
Yeah, me neither. Alright, let's head.
All right. Do you want me to scout ahead a little bit?
I don't know how that will work.
So let's update our that encounter. Exploration cards, if you need to, please.
Monk is avoid notice.
Okay.
Oracle scout.
You scout.
Actually,
What's your perception?
Oracle's gonna be shield.
Mine?
Repeat a spell, shield.
All right.
4 and 3.
Okay. Then if you're doing scout,
Oh, no, I switched. I don't know what his is. He's going ahead though. Would that
I'm going to be searching. Osman is going to be searching.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
For
scout ahead.
ambush or traps.
And I am going to use. Okay, I'm not gonna use that. Yeah, I'm gonna scout ahead. Scouting is at half speed, so
Okay. All right.
if I use the experience tracker, I could do it at full speed, but it would be a -5 to my roll. So.
Okay, so you're going ahead to check things out, and you're looking ahead, and you're searching for stuff. So as you go ahead, you can see, and you're following the tracks as well. You can see that they lead through some hills, and you're going, and then you see that there is an opening on the side of a hill that leads into presumably a cave system, or at least a cave. And you see that, and back from where you are searching and stuff like that, you don't notice anything else really of interest beyond like maybe the tracks that you guys are all following.
Yeah. So all of these lead into this little cave system here.
That sounds good. We should knock on the door.
Probably not a door.
Yeah.
I was speaking figuratively. This is a very figurative land.
I'll cast knock. Is that a spell in this edition?
If there is no door, there's no point in casting knock.
Well, it makes a noise.
But we can make a noise on the outside of the castle to let them know we are here and let them know that we'd like the goats back.
You can make a goat noise.
Is it because I'm an orc?
Actually, I think that makes you ill-suited for it.
Do I see any of these dragonborn milling about outside this hole, or any posted up as guards or anything like that? Okay.
Nothing apparent. As
You
you guys,
still see- oh,
as you guys are getting closer, though, since you're looking around, paying attention to things, you do notice that this hill formation, the one in particular that has the cave system, comes up to the hill goes up pretty high, and there's like some steep inclines that go up to it. And there's sort of a flat top, and you can see steam rising up into the air.
Weird. They made their own volcano.
It might not be a volcano.
Osman points it out. I doubt it is, but
Rain suggests that it might be a snorting dragon.
Wouldn't
Well,
that be the irony? It's
gentlemen,
like,
how do we
that-
wanna
that
go
is
about
too
doing
much.
this?
Let's go get the goats. There's a dragon.
Yeah.
And we're going to get 5 gold pieces. Which just basically tells me an army of
4 gold. Is it? Oh, no, it's
it's
5.
fine. Okay. Which tells me that 50 gold piece, or 50 gold piece, 40 gold piece mission.
So the
is
monk's
just
pretty
enough.
stealthy. I could sneak in at least a little bit ahead. Although I don't have dark vision, so never mind. Although neither do Dragonborn, at least in 5e. So
I think we shall go in and stay in formation and greet our hosts
okay.
And see if they can see reason. And who knows? We might get an intern.
So let's put you two in front again.
Yeah.
I'm just putting us in our order, Luke. I don't obviously know what the cave's
Okay.
gonna look like, but
All right.
I'll sit middle.
Feel like
Monk in back. You're still near the back, but protects you from an ambush from behind. Or do you want to be last?
I'll be last. Yeah.
I don't know which one of the two you want in front, Joe. I don't even know which one is which from a mini perspective. But
Side by side, if we could, if there's room. But
we're doing 5 foot walls here, or hallways. holding hands or skipping?
I was trying to think of a real cheesy like holding hand song, but I can't.
All I can think of is like skip to my loo.
Yeah, I was going
Doesn't
there.
quite work.
And then like skid my rinky dinky dink. But then I was like kumbaya. But
It's like holding hands around a campfire. kind of
right,
deal.
yeah, not really. And then I got the
Or
Laverne and
dragon.
Shirley thing stuck in my head somehow. Like theme song. I don't even know what it sounds like, but I have like the bottles moving through my mind.
I can picture like the opening scene, like the visuals of everything that's playing during the opening credits, but I can't think of the song.
I'm pretty sure it's very together-ish.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to about 5 foot halls. Even though they work a little better in this system. Yeah, I'm going to get you a copyright strike, Luke.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Don't play the Laverne and Shirley theme song.
That's what this sounds like.
Shemail, Shemazel, awesome.
Or I'm going to get some stupid ad. So I don't have ad block on my new phone.
We're gonna make our dreams come true.
Yeah.
Doing it our way.
Definitely holding hand song.
They were absolutely holding hands for the first 10 seconds of that.
What in the world?
So we got a giant blue centipede.
Centipedes are frightening.
I know.
You ever
I'm on
see
the
how
lead
they
already.
eat prey, their prey?
All right. So, as you guys come into this area, the first thing that you're all painfully aware of is that this appears to be a depression that is being used as an open latrine.
Oh.
Stank, feces, urine, just horribleness. The entire area inside here is hot and humid. And you can see there are stalagmites here on the ground. There's a massive pillar that stretches up to the ceiling. The ceiling is quite high. And there's a bunch of debris and dirt scattering the entire floor right here. Most of this is mostly just rocky. Over here there's a puddle, a pool of water, and off this way the floor seems to drop away, and you can see steam rising up. And the tunnel stretches down to the south that way.
Tracker?
Is it lit?
There is no ambient light in here.
Dark vision.
Let me correct that. There is a little bit of light flickering in from the cave complex this way.
So it goes down further this way,
Yes,
but the
it
trail. You said that there's a corridor that goes
There's
down
a
that way?
corridor that goes down
Okay.
this way.
I didn't mean
say
trail.
anything.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I meant corridor. I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay, you know, I think we go this way, down the corridor. Yeah, looking down, which way does it look like a majority of the tracks are going? Down towards the corridor or straight down toward...
Give me a survival check, and this is rocky ground mostly around here.
Okay, that mountainous is my favorite terrain. Well, I don't have favorite terrain yet, but 18 on the die. So you said a survival. That would be a 24.
Okay, so you do see some tracks that appear to go off this way, and there are some tracks going down this way as well.
Okay, so it's about 50-50 as far as that goes.
What's the goat
It's all
to
well
goat to? Is there a distinguishing between goat and
Yeah, what?
dragonborn?
That's a good question. Which path are the goat tracks leading in?
Goat tracks are going down this way.
Okay, then I feel like we should follow that way.
I'm gonna have the monk light a torch.
Okay.
I'll bump out in front. What?
Look for traps.
Yeah, I'm gonna bump out in front. I'll stay about 5 feet ahead of them, and I'm going to search for traps while I'm doing that.
I mean, if the goats could make it through, there couldn't possibly be traps. It'll be fine.
I think so.
We walk in their footsteps, we'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't weigh any more than they are. I mean, Dragonborn are medium-sized creatures, right?
We don't actually have some dragons.
With 6-inch foot.
Yeah,
6-inch
6-inch feet. Gnome-sized feet, medium-sized feet. Very
Alright, so you guys are. So you're going this way?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So you guys are heading down this way, and then as you step there, you feel immediately the floor beneath you moves. And I need something from you.
Reflex.
By chance, does he get a perception check prior to that?
I made his perception check.
Oh, you did.
Yep.
Use your whip, catch him.
That was with a +8, right?
Yep.
Yeah. His fingers land on the thing. Whoop!
I need you to. Let's see. Trigger. Okay, you can use a grab an edge reaction as the floor gives way beneath you and you begin to fall.
Okay.
So grab an edge is, we're gonna have to look that up to see what that is and what that means.
Grab an edge. Try to catch something to stop a fall. It's a manipulate. It has the little arrow.
Page 472.
Yeah.
So make a reflex save.
A reflex?
Yep.
Sweet. That is a 19.
Alright, stand by. What is my DC? And it doesn't tell me that what the DC is, but grab an edge is usually
Equal to the climb DC.
equal to the climb DC. Yeah. And you got a what?
A 18.
Yep, you
Or,
grab.
I'm sorry, I'm 19. 19.
You grab the edge before you fall all the way down, and you can see that this pit goes down about 10 feet or so, and then you're dangling from the edge.
Are there spikes at the bottom?
There are no spikes at the bottom.
I am going to attempt to pull myself up.
Okay, where are you pulling yourself up to?
The other way.
Here?
Yes, to there.
All right, you pull yourself up to there.
Yeah. And I will.
Climbs on 241 and 242 if you care.
Don't step there.
It says you set the DC, but then
Yeah,
it
yeah.
lists a couple examples of.
Oh, okay, 241.
Yeah, the examples are on 242. But
242, okay.
just for DC suggestions or whatever.
Don't follow my steps exactly.
Huh. So that's actually harder than I thought it was. All right, noted.
Moving forward,
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going forward. I'm gonna keep searching.
What are the rest of you guys doing?
following in his footsteps, but
No,
around the
yeah,
hole.
not. Don't follow
Do you
exactly.
think we should go get a big stick?
Why?
To poke holes in traps. Oh.
As you're looking around, you notice another one right here.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I pull out one of my arrows and start feeling in that square, and that square ahead of me with one of my arrows, just like poking it to see if I'm not like.
Yep, you do not detect any more of them.
Okay.
So we are going to follow his feet print until he goes into the hole and then deviate this way.
I would say if you can move
Can I move diagonally? between the two?
diagonally right there, yeah.
It's a tiny little hop. Does one of you guys has like a reach weapon, right?
That's true. The guy has the big gnome hook swat.
So I feel like
Flick mace.
try here.
No.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so while I'm going to just tie some rope to me real quick, too, and hand it off back to you,
Oh, okay.
just to
It's still gonna hurt.
tie it off. And I'm going to go forward diagonally again.
Yeah. And so, if you can imagine, Luke, we are. Who has the candle?
The one in back. Gotta make sure the logo's never facing the camera.
What's that?
So I have to make sure the logo's never facing the camera.
Why?
Because he doesn't want to admit. Oh, I screwed it.
Way to go.
Alright. Alright, so what are you guys doing?
I'm going to step to there.
Alright, and as you step there, the floor gives out beneath you.
Okay.
Please make another dexterity saving throw.
Reflex?
Reflex saving throw.
Now, he did hand me a rope that was tied around him. If you did catch that?
So 50 feet of rope tied around you guys?
He has a rope tied around him. I'm holding on to the rope.
Okay, okay.
To jerk him back or.
Understood. What'd you get?
A 23.
Okay, he does manage to grab the edge, and you have the slack too, and so you're also helping to bolster him as you're pulling on it.
All right.
And then, so there was another one that opened up right here, and you're dangling there from the ledge, and at that moment, you guys hear some voices call out from down this way. And what languages do you guys all speak?
Gnomish and Sylvan in common.
Orc and.
Orcish,
No.
Sylvan, and Utopian.
What is that?
Utopian is the specific language of the automaton.
Dwarvish, yeah, no goblin or dragon or whatever the hell
Yeah.
they're called.
We might have to get a replacement for that, because that language probably doesn't exist
Okay.
in Eberron. What was it? What was yours?
Nothing that would be dragon
Okay.
related.
All right, yeah, you hear some, and then
This was
Totally
so,
dragon war.
so worth coming.
I mean, I
today.
could just
You
switch it.
see-
We could just retcon it as it's draconic, because I always like to take draconic in all my characters.
Here, let me translate.
You
It
see
says, "Hello, I'm Gary the Intern."
a little creature pop out from right here. It's about 3 feet tall. It has reptilian scales.
Kobolds.
It is carrying a spear, and it has a sling dangling from its waist as well. And then it is definitely taking some aggressive actions as it's pointing at you and screaming.
I would like to take de-escalation actions if I can, in response.
What is that?
Well, try to talk him down.
Okay, language
okay.
we don't
What are
speak.
you doing?
I am showing open arms.
That's funny.
We mean you no harm. Peace.
What do you mean? You mean no harm? You're
We're-
trespassing!
We've come to talk.
About what?
Trade.
What do you want to trade?
Goats.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do that. I'm sorry. It's not gonna happen.
You don't want more goats?
Oh, well, yeah, we'll take more goats, yeah.
Exactly. This is how we set up trade with your peoples.
Do you got that shiny ore that we got earlier?
Wait, what do you have?
Oh, I pull out a chunk of copper.
Gling, gling. That's a big one.
And we have multiples of those.
And I jiggle the bucket.
Hey, boys! Hey, guys!
And then you guys see some of them popping out over here.
What's going on? What's going on?
First off, can you
This is a whole bucket!
can you deactivate these traps, please?
Oh no, you just gotta stop stepping and I'm stupid.
Fair enough. Is there specific ones that we can step on?
You want
be
to play
safe?
yourself up, by the way?
Yeah.
I think this is actually a really good time to negotiate because you're in the middle of death zone. All right, so let's talk about this trade relationship.
Indeed. We have been sent as envoys from the farmers to the south here, and they've noticed your keen interest and discerning eye of their livestock.
Yeah, you see, we have a sort of deity that is very hungry.
What sort of deity may this be?
It's our three-headed god.
Is his name Cerberus? Shit.
Damn it! Damn it!
No,
We're just talking about this.
we call him Pyrgotten.
How do you spell that?
I don't know how to spell it. We just say it. You think I know how to read or write? Are you gonna mock me again, just like in grade school?
So, if we were to, say, make a deal with your deity,
Oh, you don't want to talk to him.
No.
He burns everything and then eats stuff. In fact, word on the street is he eats more of us than he eats goats.
So you're saying that if we
So-
were to say, let's say we were able to negotiate him, let's say we trade goats for his heads, for instance, and we were able to get his 3 heads off of his body and bring them back to you.
But he's a god figure. Who are we gonna worship?
Worship the gods of farming and assist the farmers.
Have you
That sounds stupid.
have you heard of the
It'll
god?
keep you alive and
Have you
not
heard of the
ape.
god of Balor? Balinor. Have you heard of the god of Balinor?
No, he sounds like a wuss.
No, he is the god of the hunt and of the horde.
No, listen. Pyrgotten. Sounds terrifying.
God of the hunt is terrifying.
But Pyrgotten flies and breathes fire.
Balinor has created nature, which involves the death of thousands of creatures in the cycle of life.
Fire burns everything.
Lions eat
Not fire.
smaller creatures, and smaller creatures then eat smaller creatures.
Fire may
There's a
grow.
chain that was
Fire may
created.
burn everything, but nature regrows in its place once the fire has stopped.
Well, look at this cave in here. There's nothing growing in here.
I think there is. I point to the pile of crap.
Yeah, I'm pretty
No,
sure
we
there's
did that.
hallucinogenic mushrooms over there.
There's stuff growing in it. Nothing you want to be a part of.
All right, so the way this is gonna work then is you're just gonna bring us more goats, right?
No,
I mean, maybe we could
We are
we could
here.
possibly work out some sort of deal with the farmers that if you don't steal their goats and you sometimes maybe help them with farming tasks that they might need, they could probably supply you with a goat or 2 to feed you on a regular
That
basis.
sounds like a lot of work, and Pyrgotten's just gonna burn us.
Where is he?
But you'll be alive if you work with us rather than against
Well,
everyone else.
not so hasty.
Wait, what, is you threatening us?
No, I'm not. It's not a threat at all. It's just the outcome that you've told us is Pargotten will kill you regardless of whether you get his goats
No,
or
no,
not.
no. We have a new master plan. You see, more goats means fuller stomach, means fewer of us die.
What if it causes him to grow more hungry?
What if he gets bigger?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna take more goats, and then
And
more goats,
and then more of you.
run out of
It's like
goats.
a never-ending cycle.
You
of more
could be the
goats.
next 1-8, and then who's gonna be in charge?
I'm not in charge.
Oh, you're not in charge. Okay, who is in charge?
That's gonna be Boss Lady. She's the magic one.
Okay, well, can we talk to her?
Yeah, you can, but you're gonna have to come with us over to. I think she's currently doing offerings and stuff.
All right. Also, have you ever heard about the kobold god Gary?
No. What's a kobold?
I mean, dragonborn.
It doesn't make any. I don't know what a dragonborn
What's
is.
a dragon?
His full name is Garatus Internicus.
Yes. Anyway, it's an alternative deity.
You know, I don't like
Very
this whole
dragon-
proselytizing thing. Can we just keep things non-secular or secular or non-religious? Just no religion or politics or social causes, okay?
Okay, so basically,
Then doesn't it sort of like undermine your own stance? Because your stance is one of religion.
I know that we engage in hypocrisy a lot, but these are the rules that we follow. I refuse to tolerate those who are intolerant.
All right. So let's talk to your magic lady.
Okay, talk to Magic Lady. You know, just don't make her angry, okay? She's very, religious.
Is she like you?
Only she does fancy stuff with hands.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's do this. Yep. Let's go. Come on, guys.
He's gesturing to you.
where do we step so we don't keep falling?
Yeah, don't step there.
They point out to you the places not to step.
Okay.
All right. So we follow them deeper into
Can
the
we
cave.
collapse each of those so that on the way out we remember which places not to step?
I think if we just know to follow this wall, we'll be fine. Maybe.
There is a line this way that works okay.
I have faith.
Exploration.
Cool.
All right. Let's take the entire gather the entire dungeon and
Yeah.
let's meet it down at the bottom
Exactly.
next to the boss monster.
I don't know why we're talking to these guys, but whatever, it's fine.
I mean, death was certain. We've definitely added some certainty.
All right, so these guys begin taking you off to the south, and there's a fork in the tunnel, and they go to the left-hand side, which is about 2 feet wide, and they look back at you.
Oh, crap. Can you squeeze through here? Is this gonna work for you?
Probably not. Is there another way to get around?
Yeah. Jeez, you guys.
Wait, they're all in a little tunnel?
Yes,
There's a 2.5 foot tall.
It's a 2 foot tunnel.
So it's a squeeze for a small creature.
They're not all in there. One is leading the way, and then he's gesturing for the rest of you to come.
Where are the other two?
They're behind you guys.
Okay. No, we have to go around.
Yeah, we're obviously going to have to go around.
All right, they go to a much wider tunnel, nearly 10 feet wide, and they mention there's a spot not to step, and then they go past that, and then they open up into a cave, and then you start going through much smaller tunnels. Many of them are less than 5 feet wide.
Are we seeing more of them?
As you go through these smaller tunnels, you guys do notice a couple more of these creatures, and you're now passing into their living areas, it would appear. You can see dirty little bedrolls lying around, personal effects, piles of junk here and there. Lots of it shiny, but of no value at all. And there's a musty stink in the area. It's still hot and very warm here and very humid. And you pass through some of their living areas, and the kobolds in those living areas don't pay you too much heed as the other ones are leading you forward. And then you open up into a little bit wider area as you begin traveling, and the heat is starting to get hotter and hotter. And then as you're going that way, off to the left, you can see some tunnels leading off that way, and there is a very well-crafted wooden gate constructed at the entrance to that set of tunnels. And the kobolds pay it no mind, and they continue going.
What's down
What,
there?
yeah. What's in that gate there?
Oh, yeah. Nothing.
Oh.
Just keep going to the boss lady. Come on, boys. Let's go.
Oh, no. What?
No. This is fine.
Yeah.
There is nothing. He said nothing.
He
So
said
there's
nothing? Okay, yeah. Let's go find boss lady.
Yeah. Yep, that's right.
And they keep going, and widens up, starts to get taller, and then the place opens up into a massive chamber. Not quite twice as big as the first one here, but very good sized. And off to one side, there is a big, huge pool with steam rising up. And every so often, you can see a bubble in this pool. It looks like maybe water, only it's practically boiling. The steam is rising up, and up above, you can see that this cavern goes into a conical type,
Is that chimney that we saw from the
chimney,
outside?
and then it opens up to the sky, and steam from that lake, that bubbling little pool, is rising up through the opening up there. And then there are some other little pools of water dotting the terrain here and there, rubble about. And you guys, as the kobolds take you that way, you can see coming back towards you 5 more of the creatures. And one of them is dressed in some fancy boots and a cloak. And she calls out in the kobold tongue, something that none of you understand. And then the creature responds, and then she says something, and then it responds in common and says,
Yeah, I want to present to you, your royal majesty,
Grimjaw.
Grimjaw, and
Close enough.
his friend,
Oswald.
and this one, the bellboy, and then the tiny one here, and then the dude, and their trade relationship.
and she steps forward, self-important.
Now,
I do a half like formal court bow.
And she does a very awkward curtsy with her cloak. Clearly has no idea what she's doing.
Yep. And I seem impressed.
I'm gonna cast a message to you, and say, let's convince her.
Does message require, like, what kind of components does it require? Because if it's obviously you're casting a spell, that could be problematic.
Could be problematic, and I believe it does.
Can I designate her as my prey?
Oh, yep.
Don't start a fight here.
No, it doesn't trigger anything. It's just me focusing on a specific creature and designating that creature as my
So it
prey.
says verbal, and it says you mouth words quietly, but instead of coming out of your mouth, they're transferred directly to the ears of the target. Others can't hear your words any better than if you normally mouthed them. The target can hear your words as if they were standing next to you.
Look, does it have a page number?
Yeah. So
It just says CRB. I think
I think it really comes down to. So I think rules as written. It is a vocal spell.
it's
That
vocal.
vocal spell requires that. But then in the description it says something a little different. But I think what they're trying
page
to say
351.
is you cast a spell and then subvocalize.
Yeah, so it says if a spell has a verbal component is a vocalization of words of power. You must speak them in a strong voice, so it's hard to conceal that you're casting a spell.
Okay, then I won't.
And then the message spell was on 351, you said?
Yeah. It has verbal.
So it has verbal. So you have to speak. Casting the spell is like arcane words of power, and then after that you would be actually mouthing the words. So you're still obviously casting a spell in front of the creatures.
Well, you're obviously saying something. A stupid creature might not realize that the 3 words I said that were semi-loud are a spell, but
Oh, the spellcaster would know that you're casting a spell.
Uh-huh.
That would be bad.
I will do nothing instead.
so,
My name is Grimjaw.
Grimjaw, nice to meet you.
It's very nice to meet you too. It's a fine company that you have there.
Well, thank you. We understand that you're here to open up trading relationships, an endless stream of goats.
That is the case.
Excellent. You can start delivering them as soon as you'd like.
However, there is one small hitch.
Uh-huh.
See, the farmers are running out of goats. And they need something for resupply, you see. And the ones that have disappeared from their lot, I'm not sure what happened to them, but, you see, without finding those goats, what they'll have to end up doing is hiring a group of adventurers eventually, and they will be sending them in search of their missing goats.
They may not be as nice as we are.
Uh-huh.
Right. So what we've done is we've set out ahead of them to set up this trade relation so that they may resupply and thus keep your goat supply very, very high. However, in the principles of trade, you must give something to get something.
Okay.
So you see what I'm saying here?
Nope, I have no idea. What do you want?
Well, here's so here's a couple scenarios.
Uh-huh.
We have options before you. One, you can find shiny objects that are of this particular caliber, and I show them the shiny copper rock. Like this.
Mm-hmm.
There's a copper one. There's also a silvery one.
Yep.
Those can be traded for goats. Rocks for goats.
Okay, well, that makes sense, but we're getting them for free right now.
You're still
Kind of. There's this other option that you have, right? And what is happening is the farmers have run out of goats, and so in order to get a new set of goats, they will hire a battalion of armored soldiers who will strive to protect the goats, and they may come here searching to, stop your current trade of goats.
I don't think they're going to be able to find us.
We found you.
Well, then, just don't tell them.
Oh, right.
Well, you didn't tell us, and we still found you. I mean,
And you know
you
they
didn't
have
exactly
dogs
cover
too,
your
right?
tracks.
Okay, so we need to relocate where they can't find us?
That could be an option, in fact.
I don't think you understand. We have this deity who's always very hungry.
Yes.
We need goats.
All right.
Have you considered a less hungry deity?
You're clearly too intelligent to fall for my friend's tricks. We have goats outside for you to inspect.
Oh.
I'll take you to them.
Oh, so you just brought us some goats?
He had a plan to trick you. I said, they're too smart. And
You were trying to trick us?
to test to make sure you're worth it.
Oh, we
Yes.
bastard test, didn't we?
Past.
Yes.
You've shown
The goats.
marvelous intelligence.
We can only show you these idiots, and I point to the kobolds that brought us in. Can't judge quality.
No, they're morons.
Yeah, we need you.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Let's see. Let's get a deception check from you.
Ooh, 26.
Oh, nice.
okay.
Was I tricking you? Shit, I was tricking you.
She looks at the 4 kobolds that had been accompanying her, not the 3 that were with you, and she says,
My Royal Majesty and my honor guard shall accompany you to inspect these goats. Very well then.
and she looks at the other 3.
You're supposed to be on guard duty. Let's go. Move it.
I assume that you're extending hospitalities to us and our peoples for the negotiations.
We shall inspect the goats first and see what the quality determines as far as hospitality goes. If there's one hoof that isn't cloven, so I swear there shall be pain. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know my way out. Like,
Oh,
Oh yeah.
and then she and her honor guard begin leading you the way out. And you go past that gate again, and you go past through the living areas again, and you come up back through this path, and they again try to go through the squeezy tunnel and then groan when you can't fit, and then they tell you not to step in certain places, and then when they get to here, they go around this way instead, which shows that there's actually a door right here. That you couldn't see from your previous position, which you probably would have seen it as you went back here. But they go around this way instead to totally go past these. And they notice that some of these have been triggered, and these three were mostly kind of going with you too, because they were going back to their guard post. And she starts screaming at them in a different language, gesturing at those pits. And immediately these kobolds go scurry off and start to work at resetting those trapdoors. And then, as you get to about right here, she looks at you and says,
Well, where are the goats?
In the woods.
What?
They're in the woods. We just didn't want to leave them out in the open.
All right, got the goats in the woods. Very well then.
and she goes out with you guys outside of the cave complex.
Lead the way to the woods. Holy crap! You know, when you're I just want to tell you something. When you're treating with a Royal Highness Majesty person, you really should bring the goats with you to my throne room so that I don't have to walk this far.
our mistake.
When
Make us
we
nervous.
when we treated with the other dragonborn,
What are you talking about?
dragonborn, dragonlings, dragon people,
I don't even know what those
people
are.
of the dragon, people of the dragon. Yes, dragonkin,
Dragonkin.
Okay, whatever.
draconian.
Draconia.
Anyway, when we treated
I
with
also have idiots.
when we treated with the last folk, they ate the goats by the time we got to the royal personage. Do you see the problem there?
What is her honor guard?
Her honor guard?
Yeah, you said.
Four of the kobolds.
Okay.
Anyway,
They look like the other ones.
So-
Spears and slings. Nothing special looking.
I mean, we're away from the cave now. Like,
all right. So here is the real truth.
Yep. Wait, hold on a second. He's lying again. Well, you just shut your hole. What's the real truth? Wait, hold on a second. That means you were lying. Okay, shh, both of you. What's going on around here?
Well, you have, quite frankly, two options. Would you like to hear them?
Okay.
Option one. The first option, and probably the best option for you, Your Royal Highness, or Your Majesty.
Your Royal Highness Majesty.
Your Royal Highness Majesty.
oh my god.
Is to take this bucket of shinies, relocate to another location, stop stealing goats that don't belong to you, and you can continue living. The other option is that we leave, we report back to the farmers, then they hire that battalion that they told you about. They come, they razz your little kingdom, your little fiefdom that you have here.
Yep.
You no longer your royal highness majesty,
Okay.
and you're dead.
Yeah.
We're not going to take care of, we're not going to kill you. We're completely nice.
Or worse, they might make you clean out the latrine.
Well, hold on a second. There's one part of what you said that sounded like you were threatening her royal person.
Not at all, my queen.
No, it's some other dudes.
Oh, now I'm your queen.
We're warning you of the outcomes of what might happen if you don't help us help you.
This is starting
Make
to make my
executive
head
decisions.
hurt. Lies and deceit, and then
I mean, aren't you used to it being a queen?
You trust shiny
You
things,
may
right?
do either a what the heck are these things in Pathfinder? A diplomacy or a intimidation, your choice.
Oh boy.
And you gotta let me know which one you're doing.
Intimidation.
Intimidation, okay.
17.
right.
You
Catching some undercurrents here of threats, laced with threats and promises and lies and deceit and deception and illusion-y stuff.
Your Royal Highness
Give
Majesty.
me the bucket and shut up!
You trust shiny things,
Give me
correct?
the bucket.
I give her the bucket.
Her Royal Majesty and her honor guard shall now seek out a new lair. Good luck with the hungry guy.
And she starts walking off with her honor guard in a different direction.
Oh, wait. Your Royal Highness Majesty, is there keys to that gate in the cave there?
Of course there are keys.
And she pulls out a ring that has one big key on it and tosses it your way.
What?
Grab it. And
So the problem is we didn't complete our quest. Like,
Well-
they're going to take the goats.
I think we still have a problem. I think what we've just done is we've traded little kobolds stealing goats to feed a giant monster to a giant monster who will come out to the farms and eat the goats there.
it depends
not our problem.
what that giant monster is.
No. Truth be told, no. No, we must deal with the evil threat.
Yeah.
We can't kill this. Okay.
We don't know what it is.
If it has 3 heads, it's too strong for us. Just saying.
It could be a statue, for all we know.
Though, we are contracted to get the goats back, so we'll get the goats that we can.
They're taking the goats. Why would
No, they didn't say they were taking the goats,
they
did
didn't
they?
say they were leaving them. It's their property.
Well, they have the goats to feed the thing, right? They just need to get out of the tunnels.
Are they carnivores?
Omnivores, right?
Or
They're
yeah.
humanoids, right? They just eat everything. So, let's head back in and
Yeah. Let's head back in and go
Well, I mean,
directly to that. Well,
They're all still in there. Let's not do that. Let's wait.
well, let them know that they've departed.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, they could all just turn on us, and then we have 30 of them.
maybe.
Well, you guys discuss and we'll take a dog out.
Okay.
so I feel like they didn't say anything about taking the goats with them
But they're theirs. Why would they leave any of their possessions behind?
because they have the shinies in the bucket.
We'll remind them that they're
So?
not shiny.
They have both things. Why would they leave one willfully?
Because they no longer have incentive to feed
No,
the
they have
three-headed
incentive
beast.
to feed themselves as they travel.
We'll just tell them, no, we'll feed the hungry thing while you're gone.
And they can take one goat with them, and then we'll just foot the bill for that one goat missing
We'll
too.
just tell them we're gonna go feed the hungry god.
Yeah, we'll take care of it for them.
We'll take care of it for them.
No.
That'll be fine.
That's actually a good idea. Yeah, well done, guys, too, on getting through this without. Experience is experience, any way you put it.
I love the combat of this game. This diplomacy crap I hate.
I wanted to kill them out there. You guys talked us out of it, but
So
I wanted to not start a fight at the bottom of the dungeon. Let's get back out, and then the boss came with us. Like, let's do the last encounter first.
I mean, this was great, right? But then
But
they
then we
left,
didn't.
right?
Instead, we made an agreement that doesn't complete our quest.
Well,
No, we get rid of we get rid of the kobolds,
It only works if they leave the goats.
and if we kill the hungry god. I think we have to kill the hungry
We
god.
can't kill the hungry god.
well, what was the details of the quest?
I'll get the goats back.
Yes, we can also tell them that there were no goats to recover.
Well, if there are goats here, we can just grab them and take them back home.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I don't think they're going to willfully leave them. They might for your reason. They might. But if they don't, then we're just screwed and we don't get them back. Because we can't fight for them at that point because their entire civilization will be in that room.
Yeah, is bad. But I think, for all intents and purposes, we've successfully negotiated a positive outcome, which is what my character
I
does.
mean, we talked ourselves out of XP. We did a good job.
Well,
not necessarily.
I made a redeemer paladin.
No, I know. My character is going to love your guy. But
Yeah, well, that's good.
So nobody knows what Alex is playing?
I'm pretty sure he said it's a caster, but I don't remember.
Okay.
Because he said it in an email.
We don't have a rogue, do we?
No. So, yeah, this guy, he's actually neutral good, but he's actually classically neutral, but he's on the good side.
Marvel's true neutral.
He wants to bring the evil back to neutrality, right? Like, bring them back to nature and the way things should be, which makes him good because he opposes evil.
The bounty hunter, the automatons, what the deity they follow is a deity of, or the plane that they live on is a law plane, so law and order, neutral, true neutral.
Is this Modot, Mechanist?
Probably.
He specifically said, I will probably play my mage, but since I won't be here next week, that might change. So, and I would assume it would change based on party composition. But.
Yeah, and if we're fighter heavy already.
Well, I don't know if we are, though. If that's his backup character, what's his main character?
That's a good point. Alright, so we're heading back in.
Okay, head back in.
Yep.
What are you guys doing in here?
Well, let's go around the other way to avoid all the traps.
We're going to head back to the Kobold village, and let them know that their leaders have decided to move to a new lair,
So,
and they better hurry up and
okay,
catch
hold
up.
on a second. So, as you guys are coming in here,
Yep.
and there's a set of like doors over here. And when you say we're going to the Kobold village, what does that mean?
Retracing our steps back to where we saw the living quarters of the kobolds.
Okay. So as you guys come around this way, you hear an exclamation, and these doors pop open, and 3 kobolds pour out.
Hold it right there!
Hello.
Hello!
We're here to inform you that your leader, High Majesty Princess, has decided to seek out a new lair. She just left.
What?
Yep.
Wait a second. You killed her!
Nope.
No.
Nope. As you can see, there is not a speck of blood on my entire paladin body.
Oh.
Give me a diplomacy check.
19 on the die, so 24.
Alright. So?
So, yes. So, she has decided to find a new lair with a new god, one who is less hungry. And has decided to do that right this second.
And we gave them a hefty donation of shinies to restart their new. Surely you were invited.
She didn't just wander off. She's in here somewhere, right?
No, I think they
Left
said...
the cave.
She went in a different direction. She didn't go back to the cave. She went...
So this is the worst case scenario. All right.
Yeah. If you hurry, you should be able to catch up to her. It's only been maybe 5 minutes.
Give me another diplomacy check.
Gather up the boys and head out.
16 on the die, so 21.
Alright, holy son of a deserted by your leader.
They start marching away. They're muttering to themselves. You hear bull crap and stuff like that as they leave.
What's behind the door?
So checking out inside that door, there is a fairly large room inside there. And,
Oh, wait, I gotta take our thing off the party we were in.
oh yeah, the bucket of copper, yeah. It just looks like a little guard room. There's some tables and stuff in there for them to like sit and chill at while they're on guard duty. Nothing really of interest in there.
Okay. Well, we will skitter around and head up that tunnel.
Okay, heading up that tunnel. So there was a place where you were not supposed to step on.
Yep.
Do you guys remember what place that was?
I told them to collapse every single one, but no one listened to me, so probably not. But I'm in back, so I don't give a shit.
All right. Well, why don't we have someone, whoever's in front, probably. I think you've been going in front a lot. We'll do a Perception check for you.
How long do torches last?
All right, you do notice a pressure plate on the floor. Tell your friends and.
I'm going to pull out some chalk and mark it.
Okay, you mark it. All right, and then you guys manage to avoid it. You get back to the kobold living area. Again, dirty bedrolls, personal effects, things like that. Worthless piles of junk.
What about where Her Majesty was staying?
That's
Way back in
Where
there.
the-
way
okay.
farther in there. You're still
Yeah.
in the.
Are
the
we? Can we hear the sounds of goats by chance?
Not from here. That was farther on.
Okay.
There are 3 kobolds milling around in here, and when they spy you unaccompanied, they ask you,
What the heck's going on here?
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your leader, well, she has decided to find a new lair. And just left maybe 10 minutes ago, would you say?
Yeah,
10
about
minutes.
that.
Indeed. I know.
give me another diplomacy check.
Oh, this one is spectacular.
Nat 1.
Nat 1.
Intruders! Liars and deceivers!
And they rush to mob you.
The one truth we've told.
The one truth you've told.
That's funny.
So, Luke, my character is a redeemer, so he always has to try to redeem. It's his paladin tenet, right? And so he always has to try to redeem these intelligent creatures.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna do this a lot, and you have to stop me. Because I find it annoying. But in order, I don't want to succeed.
It'll work when it makes sense to work and when the dice agree with you. And this area here had a whole bunch of little tight corridors and stuff in there.
Oh, yeah, we got rid of like 2 groups, including the boss. So, well, the mini kobold boss.
I thought I read somewhere that Pathfinder isn't solely determined by experience as to how many creatures you kill. It can be heavily determined by not getting into battle and diplomatic solutions for.
So I
It
have
can be
seen.
determined by whatever he wants it to be determined by.
Right, exactly. There could be story wars. There could be stuff like. I mean, it's
This is so the way I've usually thought about this is when you level up, you mostly gain more expertise in battle. Powers like fighting and combat and stuff, right? And so when you're mostly just talking using diplomacy and stuff, you know, you're not really gonna gain a whole lot in like battle powers and stuff like that. And so generally, I'm gonna look up what the rules are, but when you're like peacefully negotiating encounters, you're not gonna get the full swath of experience points for like just talking with people as you would, because like leveling up means you gain power and fighting and stuff. And if you're not doing any fighting, then you know I talk a lot, but I don't do any fighting. So I get a lot better at talking to people, but I don't get any better at fighting because I'm not practicing it. You know?
Makes
so
sense.
while I hear what you're saying, the Redeemer Paladin, like his power comes from making people feel guilty about their sins. Like feel guilty about fighting, and diplomacy and intimidation are 2 of his tools in his war chest. And so actually talking is like part of his wheelhouse, part of his combat repertoire, which is weird. I mean, it doesn't help you swing swords, I agree. But his power, like, I have Glimpse of Redemption and the Weight of Guilt. No cause for alarm, right? These are his actual skills. Like, he can negate frightened conditions, cause stupefied and enfeebled conditions, just with the power of his convictions.
I hear you. Again, I'm going to look up the rules and see what it says regarding non-combat solutions to things. I know in D&D, you generally get like half experience points for non-combat solutions to combat encounters. I don't know how it works in Pathfinder.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because it disincentivizes ever trying to use diplomacy if you don't get anything.
It creates the murder hobo.
Yeah,
scenario.
but also like if you had no risk or minimal risk and you solved an entire encounter with 2 dice rolls, it's also
Well, so this diplomacy thing put us at greater danger.
well, the stupid plan of going all the way to the bottom did, yeah.
Yeah.
It could have, yeah. The other way to look at it too is that if major adventures like this are solved with just a little bit of talking, it disincentivizes me from designing the adventure, right? And so, am I going to map out the entire thing? Am I going to design out all the different rooms and encounters and place all the loot if I know that the entire thing is going to be solved in 30 minutes through some talking and some dice rolls? It disincentivizes me to even design the adventure. And so that's another way of looking at it too, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm
And-
liking Pathfinder though as a system, you know.
And I'm on that page, book Luke, solidly because, like I said, diplomatic solutions are annoyingly and I hate them.
Well, it's half the time it just means it takes 30 minutes longer to initiate combat, right? Because you don't end up succeeding anyway. But
Well, I just have to. Can I roll a d4 instead of a d20 when I tried diplomacy?
Why did you make a character that uses diplomacy if you don't like using diplomacy? All right, I'll roll initiative. guys.
He's a paladin. Yes.
Who's over a 20?
Rin has a 26.
Excellent. Who else is over 20?
Nobody over here.
Okay. Who's over 15?
19.
19. Alright.
18 for Grimchaw. And
Alright.
15 for Osmo.
15 also for Taro.
Alright.
Woo! Oh, baby.
Sweet.
Alright. Rin, you're up.
They shouted out intruders. They've initiated combat essentially, right? So we're just going full in. So I will come forward with my torch. Flurry of blows on that guy. That is going to be a 12, or sorry, an 11.
Misses.
That one might actually hit. So subtracting 4 makes it a 13, adding 7 makes it a 20.
That hits.
Okay. 4. 5 damage.
Oh.
Non-lethal.
Where are their hit points?
They don't have
They're
any.
kobolds.
Oh, they're right. No, they are. That's
1
weird.
HP, yeah. Oh, and I moved, so that's everything. Wait, no, that's 2 actions. I'll go into crane stance. Adds 1 to my AC.
That guy's looking moderately wounded after that one blow.
Okay.
And Marvel, you're up.
Dude, right in front of me. I'm gonna load, fire, and shoot.
All right.
Load. Okay.
Or yeah,
Gotcha.
Load and shoot.
yeah.
I thought he meant light up a cigarette.
Fire, yeah.
That is a 15 on the die.
He ducks to the side and it misses him.
Stop saying on the die. What's the actual?
Oh, yes.
No, I'm sorry, not on the die. 15.
Yeah.
15 total.
Generally speaking, if you can, don't tell me what the die is. Just tell me the final number, because otherwise it just confuses my brain. Oh, but a 15 will miss, and you have 1 action remaining.
Reload.
Reloading. Okay. And this one right here. All right, I'm gonna look at these guys.
Looks like they're carrying a hand crossbow.
Let's say he's got a crossbow. What the
It's a
heck?
hand crossbow, though.
Yeah, that they have to use as a regular one.
Oh, nice. He does have something nice.
I was searching, but I'm just setting these up so I don't forget next time.
All right.
Oh,
He is going to step forward. Right. Actually, what is this crossbow? No, he'll step forward. Step forward, and then he is going to. He pulls out a short sword, stabs at Rin. Misses you horribly. Stabs again. And oh, that's a 20. Woo! Look at that.
I will use my reaction to throw weight of guilt at him.
All right. Oh, so 6 piercing damage as he stabs you.
I block 3, and he becomes 2 enfeebled.
What?
My paladin or Glimpse of Redemption.
Oh,
reaction.
okay. So he'll block 3 of his hit points, and I become enfeebled too.
Yeah.
All right.
That is something else. It's really good.
Is that like
it'll stop being good.
a focus spell? Or
Well,
something?
probably scales. But
What is that? A focus spell or something?
It's a reaction. Paladin. Redeemer, Paladin's Glimpse of Redemption.
Okay. And you can do that like always.
Always. It caused my reaction, so I don't get
Yeah.
to shield or anything.
Yep. Okay. And that's that guy. Now we're over to Grimjaw.
I will. Is there a space between those two? No. But I can kind of meander around this way.
Yep. You can get there. Mm-hmm. Flank him.
And I'm gonna.
You guys are both now flanking, so you have a +2.
Yep. I'm gonna take the +2 and a -2 to non-lethally strike him.
All right.
Oops, wrong guy. But 22
That hits.
for. Keeps wanting to go in the crack. 6 points of damage.
She said.
All right. Whack him.
And then I will hit him again. Or try to. Miss. And then last attack. And then I'll raise my shield.
And then raising your shield. Excellent. That was Grimchaw. All right. This kobold right here.
You son of a... You can't even shoot me properly. You suck.
And has a spear. And stabs at you with the spear.
Stupid piece of crap.
Oh! That's a hit.
It's hurtful.
For... I have to roll damage.
We'll use my glimpse of
6 piercing damage.
I'll use my glimpse of redemption to reduce that by 3.
Jeez.
And not stupefy, but enfeeble him.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
So
'cause
I
you
only
get your
take
turn
3
back.
damage?
Yeah.
Now I have a -2 on my stuff.
Does that mean the other one doesn't have it anymore?
No.
It's your turn has happened? It's
Until
until
the end
their
of-
turn?
Until the end of their turn.
Their next turn.
Damn.
I got -2 on my stuff, and ooh, that will miss, I'm sure. It's an 11
God,
plus
I had a good roll this time, and I'm still last.
11 minus 5. I'm down to 6. That's not gonna hit you. And you know what? Actually, I won't do a third attack. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to do a hurried retreat. The kobold warrior strides up to its speed plus 5 feet. Ooh, cool. So my speed is... Alright. Let's go over there. Alright, beautiful. And that was that guy. Osmond, you're up.
Osman will move up to this guy. And
Oh, hold on a second. This kobold moved, so I can't. I don't have that third action.
actually, he'll attack from there with his reach weapon. So move.
What's the reach
attack.
that thing has?
It's only 10 feet.
Nice.
He said diagonal makes it look huge.
15.
Okay, and you don't have them flanked from where you
Right.
are. Okay. 15 misses.
All right. I forgot to say this first time, but I'm attacking non-lethally.
Okay.
19 on the die. That should hit. So,
19 hits.
So that's a D6. So 5 non-lethal damage.
All right, looking very heavily wounded.
These things have way more hit points than I thought they would.
Is that all?
Oh yeah, that is it.
All right, and then this one right here.
Jeez!
We'll attack Rin. Ooh, that's a hit. I get to roll some damage. It's exciting. 2 points of damage.
Just crushing my 20 AC.
And then we're going to attack again. -5, that'll horribly miss. Now I will use my hurried retreat. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And that was that guy. Taro, you're up.
Alright, we will cast Divine Lance at,
And what kind of alignment damage are you targeting with that?
I am choosing Chaotic.
Okay. And so that means that I'd have to be lawful for that to actually damage me, correct?
No. I don't think so.
What page is that on?
It just says CRB, I don't know. It says you unleash a beam of divine energy. Choose an alignment your deity has, chaotic, evil, good, or lawful. You can't cast this spell if you don't have a deity or if your deity is true neutral. Make a ranged spell attack roll against your target's AC. On a hit, the target takes damage of the chosen alignment type equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Doubles on a crit. The spell gains the trait of the alignment you chose.
We have to look up alignment damage and see what the rules are around that. They actually put something in Pathfinder 2 that has something to do with alignment. I think I have to be the opposite alignment for it to work or something like that. It's on page 28. Okay, trade. Alignment damage, page 453. Weapons and effects key to a particular alignment can deal chaotic, good,
You're right
evil.
about that, Luke.
Those damages types apply only to creatures that have the opposing alignment trait. So chaotic damage harms only lawful, evil damage harms only good, good damage harms only evil, and lawful damage harms only chaotic. Alright, and you said you
God,
would...
I hate where they have I won't cast that down, that's stupid.
Okay. I personally hate Divine Lance. I had it once
I
and
hate
used
the
it.
rule book. It's so terribly organized.
It's not the best organization.
Alright, well, I'll just cast
not
Electrical Arc
Shadowrun.
then.
It's not Shadowrun.
I'll cast Electrical Arc. It does the same thing.
Okay. Except that it hits 2 creatures
Well, if they're...
within 30 feet.
Oh, I thought they had to be next to each other. It doesn't say here.
Nope, they just gotta be 30 feet.
Yeah,
It's
so
like
I'll hit both of these then.
Alright.
And they get... It's a saving throw, not a roll.
Alright, what kind of
They get
save?
reflex save 17.
Reflex save 17. That guy succeeded, and that guy critically succeeded. So he'll take no damage, but roll the 1d4 for the one that failed.
Neither failed.
Sorry?
You said one succeeded and one critically succeeded.
Correct. Well, even, but if I succeed, I still take half damage, don't I?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. If it's a basic reflex save, then I still take half damage, even on success.
That doesn't say. Well, it's 6 damage, so... Or 7 damage, sorry.
Okay.
I just assumed cantrips were the same as in 5e. where
No,
they succeed.
no. If it says basic reflex save, then it's different. That's electric arc.
Yeah. And I'm going to try to look it up because for some reason they decided spells shouldn't be in alphabetical order.
It's a basic reflex save, so even on success, I take half damage. Well, they put the spells. Some of the spells are focus spells, and those are in a different section. And I had the hardest time finding them. 'cause
Well,
I'm
then they
looking-
have them split out by class too, and it's like.
Oh, do they?
It's like
Yeah,
that's
it's stupid.
useless.
The biggest thing I've noticed about Pathfinder 2, their core rulebook, is the organization sucks.
In other
It
words,
sucks. It sucks hard.
Nethys is the only way to play.
Yeah, their core. Well, the thing is too is there's a player part and there's a dungeon master part, and some of the information might be in the player part, but some more of the information might be in the dungeon master part.
Well, yeah, you have to reference both to
Yeah.
even figure out what the rule actually is.
It's really bad organization. Yeah, absolutely. It's horrible.
2.5 might be cleaning up some of that.
And we'll see. All right. Which actually, for most role-playing games, a lot of the stuff I've seen that really is a pet peeve is organization. You see that in like 5th edition to some extent too, but okay. So
Alright.
who was that? Who just did that turn?
Me,
Was that Taro?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Top of the order. Do you guys need to discuss it all?
No.
You good?
I don't think so.
Rin.
It is unfortunate that they have decided to commit suicide on our blades.
Alright, well, I'll attack this one in front of me here.
You got +2. It's flat-footed to you. What was that 1?
3. Second attack, 14 to hit. Cool. I'll do nothing.
All right. Marvel.
5-foot step. Right there. Gonna attack. Reload. Oh wait, no, I already did reload. I'm going to shoot. $20.
20. That hits.
All right, and that is an 11. 11 points of damage.
Would you like to describe that?
Yeah. I draw with my crossbow and I fire, and it seems to do more damage than what a normal light crossbow would do, and it almost seems like the kinetic energy hit a lot harder, and I just like center mass right in the chest. It went it's sticking like that far out of the back of his chest.
Oh, he's done.
Okay. I will reload and...
No. You stepped. You fired, and now you're
Oh,
reloading.
yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, I'll reload then.
All right. And this guy right here. All right.
Remember, you are free to leave the cave.
That kobold throws down its short sword.
I give up! I give up!
And Grimshaw.
I say you are free to leave.
All right. It's on its turn, so it can't.
We still have
literally
another
leave
one.
right now.
Yeah, the other one's running away. I'm fine with that.
To go find more.
I mean, yeah, I could.
Maybe.
Yeah, and raise my shield.
Okay, Ozma. You guys see this guy dip around the corner.
Yeah, he stops.
Stops. Okay, we're dropping out of combat. This one here would very much like to leave.
We'll let her leave.
Have a good time at your next lair.
Right? Takes off.
I do believe you're right. We're about to have a horde of them coming our way. So,
Well, we learned one thing last time is that you need a break between encounters because you're supposed to heal out. And we just ensured that we will not have one. So I just don't understand what we're doing.
correct. We're also...
While we're out of combat, can I come up to this choke point where he left and just start throwing caltrops out?
Okay. You toss a bunch of caltrops.
Yeah,
On the
okay.
ground. Okay.
And I guess we could probably set up for an amp for them to come out. I mean, it is a choke point, so.
By my me.
Do we all have ranged weapons, or?
So my guy does. Kevin
Do you?
has crossbow.
Spells.
Did any of these drop any ranged weapons? The one that we killed.
The one you had killed?
Yeah.
It has a sling and some bullets on it, and a spear.
Okay. All right. So
All right. So I guess we hide.
how far away is that gate?
It's just like a minute or so walking down that corridor.
I say we go to the gate, open it, go on the other side, relock it, and take the key with us on the other side of that gate because they can't get through it.
My understanding is we were coming from this way, going that way, and
Yeah.
so he ran back further into the
Right, where all the other kobolds are.
where all the other kobolds are. So we can either wait here a few minutes and wait for an ambush, and ambush them, or we can follow them. Right, those are our choices. So do we wait? We wait.
I don't care either way. It doesn't matter. Probably better to wait because we do have a known choke point.
Yeah,
It is after 9 though. I don't know if we want to start another encounter either way.
that's a good point too.
Just wait and see
I'm
what
good
happens.
really for either we
So
hightail it to that finely crafted wooden gate and go through that and then lock it behind us, or we stand our ground and take them all out.
yeah,
now.
is somebody hurt?
The gate's
I,
this way.
I
right?
am a little. I'm 3 points down.
Yeah, monks like half hurt.
Okay, I give you 6, and then I'll begin to refocus. If they don't come in 10 minutes, then we'll proceed on.
Okay. Well, it's 9, and there's gates down there and some other stuff going on over there. So we're not going to finish this tonight, so we might as well stop here. But Trevor, are you not like enjoying the game or something? Because I've heard like several like comments that make me seem to
Still
think you're
like
not
level
having fun
one, I
or
don't
something.
think.
I just hate a game where I made I think 6 attacks on a kobold and I hit 0 times. It's like this is level 1 and I can't hit the enemies, and it's not your fault. It's like I'm just rolling like shit.
Level 1 in D&D too.
So is it the game or your dice?
Well, it's
rolling
just
poorly?
like a little of both, but they have way more armor than it seems like a D&D one would have.
They do.
And it's like, cool, I have 20 armor and I've been hit every time I've been attacked. So it's just frustrating when it's like, I've got crazy high armor and I get hit every time. I can't hit anything. It's not a fun session. It's not the game's fault. Like, it's very hard to feel useful in a game where you literally do nothing for 5 hours. So, I think I did 3 damage this entire.
And you mentioned you were dice rolling low.
Yeah, but then I cast a spell where I don't roll, and then you crit succeeded and succeeded. So it's just everything I did the entire night was useless, except that I brought the boss out so that we could kill it, and instead we let them leave and gave them all our loot. So it was just like this whole session just felt really awful. So it's not about the game. I think I am falling out of love with role-playing games, but that's not anyone's fault. It's just a game where you can make every right decision and then just fail anyway. Stops to be rewarding when that's all that happens.
And what do you think would have made it better?
Rolling better. I mean, like I said, it's not anyone's fault. I'm not applying any sort of blame. It's just like that was 5 hours of not any fun. Just because it was like, oh, cool, I got to watch a bunch of other people play a game and make meaningful decisions, and like I did none. And the one I did make cost us money, and we got no experience for it. So like, I don't know, it just was not particularly fun.
I don't feel like we're gonna get experience every time we do something, or the experience gets doled out after.
I'm a caster. We found a caster. I made a plan that let us isolate a caster out away from all of their protectors.
It was beautiful.
And then we paid them and let them leave. And it was like,
Yeah, but on the other hand,
they had really fancy boots. Maybe that actually would have fit my feet.
But
like,
on the other hand, on the other side of that coin, the last party we got overwhelmed by sheer numbers, and we had a TPK. There's way more of them than there is for us.
except there weren't way more of them in the woods where I literally led these enemies to. I got us out of the really stupid situation we got into by going to the end of the dungeon. Got us out of it with the boss that we wanted to kill. And then we paid them to leave.
Last game we did pretty well until we came up against another arcane spellcaster, and then we got our
To be
asses
fair,
handed to
we
us.
didn't have to pay them. They were already leaving. The second thing is
It was
what?
like a gold, a silver piece.
a gold piece.
Oh,
The one thing that I'm noticing about the game is that the monsters do seem to have a higher to hit, and I don't know if that's just my imagination.
No, the game.
Yeah.
The game is.
I'm fine with that. And I get that they have higher AC than another game. It's just like my level of success. Like, you just naturally succeed less in this game.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Because
that's
my
what I'm
to
seeing.
hit's not higher than it would be in 5e right now.
That's what I'm seeing, and so the name of a successful Pathfinder character, Pathfinder game group, is trying to do techniques and tricks to even the odds. Like, for instance,
But at level 1, we don't have any tricks.
well, the paladin was enfeebling people.
Sure.
That's a -2. We got flanking.
Yeah.
That's another +2.
I missed with flanking.
I have crossbow, ace, and hunt prey. So
I mean,
That's not tricks, that's more damage. But you still have to hit.
right. So in other words, the game is really about buffs and debuffs.
Yeah.
And to even the odds, right? Because the monsters are going to start off just a step better than us, but we're going to use our abilities to bring them in line with us.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the game that we're playing.
Well,
And
like I
it's a
said, I'm
very-
not complaining about the game mechanics at all.
Well, what I'm saying is it's a very different game than Dungeons and Dragons, the 5e, where I think it's like 75% chance to hit every monster. Like, that's the base. Right? Every character can hit a monster 75% of the time because their armor class is really low. In this game, it's 50-50 is well, actually it's 40-60. You have a 40% chance to hit the monster, unless of course you can apply debuffs and use some strategies and things like that. So it's a very different game, right? And we're going to have situations in which we have a crap fest of bad dice rolling and people getting hurt.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a darker, more grueling, and more, I don't know, it's a more difficult game.
I feel like we did pretty well tonight. I really don't want to start out another
I
character.
do say that the diplomacy thing, I was desperately trying to end it.
So let me jump in. First of all, as far as the game goes, like monsters are designed to hit you more. Right? You're going to take damage, and monsters do have high armor class. So if the dice are rolling poorly, then I can't.
Obviously that's what I'm not saying you can't.
For my part, it's frustrating to see a player getting upset because their dice are rolling poorly. Because there's nothing I can do about it. It's not the problem with the game. It's literally your dice are rolling poorly. So it's like there's nothing I can do about that.
Right.
And if that's a cause of frustration, I just don't know if there's nothing I can do.
No, I know. It's just like, when we're fighting what were the first things we fought, whatever. It's a level 1 encounter. It's a severe encounter, right? But it's like, how many level 1 enemies does an 18 miss? Everyone in this game, apparently. Like, it's just like, you have to roll so high to hit. It's and then when your second attacks are like auto misses, basically, unless you're rolling like a 20, it's just weird because they don't have that downside.
Yeah. So like, for instance, along what Joe is saying, so you don't attack a second time. What you do...
Well, you do if you're a monk, because that's literally what the class is supposed to do.
But you could try to knock them prone, for instance, or grapple them. Try
But
to
again,
grab
at a
them and stuff
-4
like that.
or -5.
Sure, you might, but once they're prone, they also have their flat-footed to you. They have a -2 in their armor class, so that kind of offsets it a little bit, And then they got to stand up, and if you have a fighter who can react, and so there's more strategy and tactics to it, But you are going to take a lot more damage. You're going to get hit more often, and they have higher armor classes and stuff. Your guys' hit goes up too. Part of it is you were just rolling poorly too. There's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, and like I said, there's nothing you did that I'm
as far as the whole thing about the negotiating and convincing them to leave and stuff like that, like if you guys attempt to do that, I'm not gonna put a kibosh on it just because I want to. Like honestly, like my idea with this is you're going to fight a bunch of kobolds, but you had different plans.
I don't.
And I'm not going to just say, no, that doesn't work, because I feel that that's not fair. It's not respecting the idea that you guys had a different idea and an approach. I want to honor that. So if you're trying to convince them about certain things, and it seems mostly reasonable,
Right.
and the dice are going along with you, then it's probably going to work, and you're going to get them to leave and stuff until the dice go wrong. So, like, Joe, if you made a character who's going to keep on doing that, and you really don't want that to happen, you shouldn't have made that character, frankly, because as a game master, I'm going to go along with it, because that's what your character is trying to do.
I'm only going to do it with humanoids, and hopefully I'll encounter more evil humanoids.
These were not good guys.
They were not good guys, but they weren't like the evilest of evil guys, right? They're not like Drow or something like that.
Well, you don't know who, you guys really don't know who or what they are or what they've done.
Right.
All you saw is their initial little thing here.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I'm also of the opinion, though, that not every encounter needs to be settled with hack and slash and murdering, them outright. If we can get them to leave that area and leave the farmers be and get the ghosts back, then we have accomplished our mission as well, too, though, right?
But we got 3 of them to leave. Didn't account for it. It was like just a half plan. And we paid them. I just felt like we gave up too much for literally nothing.
yeah, we didn't have
That
to
we
pay
know
them.
of. We don't know what's still in the rest of this cave behind that gate with the wooden lock. Or
Here's
The
the
exact
other
same stuff
thing.
that would have been there if we hadn't done what we did.
One other comment I want to make tonight, and so this is where I get frustrated. It's when there is a low amount of encounters in a session. Right? We had a 5-hour session. As far as I can tell, we had 2 fights in the whole thing.
Well, we talked our way out of 2.
Right, we talked our way out of those. Do count as encounters. We can't count them, but we had 2 fights. Fights are where this game is at. This is what's fun, right? And I find that when I'm having a night where I only have 2 encounters, and those 2 encounters go poorly, I feel like shit. Like, what a waste of a night, right? Whereas if we can get to 3 and 4 and 5 encounters, if we, one of those has got to go right. The law of large numbers says my dice is gonna give me that advantage. So what I'm trying to say to you is this: we started in town. Towns are notorious muck.
Well, yeah, it's
right?
session 1. I mean, I don't expect fireworks on session 1.
Right. And so now we're out of town. We should be able to get to 3, 4, 5 encounters in a night, and you probably won't experience what you experienced tonight again.
Well, I won't because I won't be playing a melee character, but...
that too.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, recognize it for what it is, and it happens when you have those session 1s, right?
Yeah.
It sucks.
Well, I think I'm hitting a point where the fact that the game is mostly random and skill doesn't play into it at all is frustrating. But it is what it is.
No, there's both. I think. I mean, yes, the probabilities are more stacked against us, so it does seem like more randomness. But there is also more techniques, right? Like Luke mentioned, Trip. Apparently, Trip and Grapple are 2 incredibly powerful.
Yeah. Well, I'm aware. I made a character whose entire point is to do that, and then I got one shot when I was actually playing that character. So it's like it's just been a very rough 2 sessions, really. But it's fine.
And part of the way that this game handles the encounter setup and stuff is that because enemies hit more often, they do more damage and stuff, and you guys are like, how many rounds do our encounters generally last? Like 2 rounds,
Yeah,
and it's
not
over.
very many.
You know what I mean? Not that many. And so the encounters will go by quicker, and you'll get through more encounters. You know what I mean? Because of the way that it's set up.
Yeah.
With enemies doing more damage, things are just it moves faster and it's more lethal. Whereas you go to D&D 5th edition, and these encounters would take a half an hour each, or longer potentially.
we can
Longer,
only get
yeah.
2 encounters.
Hey, I don't know. I'm running 12th level characters through Dungeon of the Mad Mage, and we get through 9 encounters in 3 hours. So, I mean, it's like playing Diablo, right?
just speed run.
Yeah, they're just murdering things like left and right.
But Trevor, I don't like. I feel
I'm not
bad.
complaining.
I feel bad when you have a
Well,
like,
yeah,
a
but like I
bad
said,
game
it's,
sessions.
if
'cause
it
then
were
I'm like, I
something
don't.
you'd done or something that
Yeah.
the group was doing, it'd be different. Like it's not. Well, the social thing is frustrating, but like the other stuff is. I'm not saying the game needs to change at all. I'm experiencing some frustration with the genre, and there's nothing you can do about that. So.
I mean, if you like combat, do you like the tactical combats of it?
I like tactical combat where your entire night isn't determined by luck. And I didn't feel like there was a single decision I could have changed today that would have made it go any better.
Well, that's the
I would have to say dragging that bad guy out of the thing changed the dynamic, something fierce. I thought
Yeah, and then it ended poorly.
No,
Because I took the one caster who maybe had something useful, and we let them run away and gave them all the treasure we got today. The one item that was on our party loot list, we erased. So, that's all.
And you don't know what that caster had on them that could have been valuable loot or
You
something.
specifically referenced really fancy boots, and it's like, hey, I'm a gnome, I'm the same size. I'm a caster.
Which, by the way, just because my guy's good doesn't mean he's a charity, right? Like, he doesn't give out stuff, so, like, we don't have... He isn't good.
It's fine.
Well, part of it is too game mechanics wise, raw ore doesn't have the worth that minted coin does, right?
No, but he gave us
That
a
is
value,
awesome.
which is how he handles treasure. That means it was worth
Okay.
100 copper. And we could do our best to try to get that. We probably weren't going to get 100, but like that's how he does gems too. It's a topaz worth 50 copper or whatever it is. So when we go into town, we find someone that wants to buy topaz, we turn it into 50 copper. Like,
Alright, I got all your guys' character sheets.
I threw them in here.
Alright, cool.
Oh, but the old ones are still in there too. So.
Okay.
Yeah, my opinion is still out on Pathfinder. Like, I still don't know if I'm
I'm enjoying it.
quite there yet.
Right.
But I'm starting to come to terms with the radical different playstyle, which is, you know, why I built this.
Where's my other search card? Do you have another search card somewhere around there?
Your enfeeblement was definitely relevant.
What's that?
I said your enfeeblement was
Oh, never mind.
definitely
Never
relevant.
mind. I got it.
It was super powerful.
Yeah, it was good.
I thought it was a.
I just
really-
like, you're one of the few characters I think that has anything like that at one.
That one.
But I'm aware that like those things start to open up.
Yeah, it gets more and more powerful too. I mean, yeah, their damage is going to scale way faster than my ability to block their damage, but. And Enfeeble 2 doesn't get any better.
Oh,
But the DR does.
the hero points. That's the way your bad die rolls.
Yeah,
Hero points would have gotten that.
yeah, I did have one, I guess.
At
I
least
never
one of them.
used.
And then remember when we roll ones, you get a hero point.